Dear listeners, welcome to Whimsy Woven Stories, where Reddit's tales come alive in mesmerizing narratives.
This was the second most upsetting news of my life. The immense flood of emotion stupefied me. Is everyone I know conspiring against me? Do I have any friends left truly on my side? I decided to revisit where I may have gone wrong in my life and my mind to explain my distressing conundrum. It was the beginning of the third quarter of my first year attending the University of Texas at Austin. I was a student at the Cockrell School of Engineering, working toward a degree in chemical engineering. I was there on a partial scholarship based on my grades. My middle-class parents chipped in what they could to help defray expenses, and I was working a part-time job locally at Home Depot as I endeavored to avoid drowning in debt. I didn't want to be paying on student debt for 20 years, so I was burning the candle at both ends. At this point, I was mostly taking the required courses along with one physics course that was as close as I was going to get to chemical engineering as a first-year student. It was in the campus cafeteria that I saw the girl who made my heart beat faster. "Hey, Brett," I began as I elbowed him. "Do you know who that is over there?" "Which one?" "I count 7 of them clustered together." "The pretty one, silly." "Scylla, I may be your best friend, but I can't read your mind." "They all look pretty to me." "I'd do 'em all together or one at a time," he joked. "The long-haired brunette in the yellow top. Is that specific enough?" Brett casually looked over again at the beauties. "Nope, never seen her before. But I do know Corinne. I have a math class with her." "Which one is Corinne?" "Never mind, it doesn't matter. How about asking your friend, Corinne, to introduce me to the cutie pie yellow top? I'm probably going to regret this, but I'll give it a shot for you." We casually walked over to the group of girls. "Hi, Corinne, how's it going?" Brett innocently asked. "Oh, hey, Brett. Just catching up with some friends and getting a bite to eat." "I see," he conjectured. "About that, this is a friend of mine, Scylla Osborne, and he's dying to be introduced to one of your friends here." "Which one?" Corinne asked as she saw me staring at my heartthrob. "Oh, Scylla, this is Ainsley Gruber. She's in the music program here." I held my hand out to the angel before me. I don't usually make such a fool of myself, but when I first saw you, I just had to meet you, Ainsley. As we shook, I searched her hands for a ring that might connect her to another, but didn't see one. She giggled at my boldness, but said nothing. At least she didn't shoot me down. "So, Ainsley, do you sing or do you play?" I nervously asked, hoping to start a conversation. "Yes," she giggled again. "I sing and play. My friends here sing in a group for fun." "Oh, wow. I didn't expect that. Would your group sing a song for me now?" I bravely asked. Ainsley smiled and thrust her arm behind her back. "Since you twisted my arm, we might be able to come up with something." She looked at the other girls, nodded her head, and hummed a note. They took a breath at the same time and began singing, just the way you are exactly as performed in the movie Pitch Perfect, hand clapping and all. When they finished, the cafeteria erupted in applause, none louder than mine. "Wow, you girls have more talent in your little fingers than I have in my whole body. I'm sure you already know it, but that was amazing." "Thank you." And I nervously shook her hand again in appreciation. Ainsley got on her tiptoes and gave me a peck on the cheek. "Thanks for asking. We love to sing." I decided to make my move. If I had a voice even half as good as yours, I'd be singing too. "If you're not otherwise entangled, would you allow me to take you to a movie this weekend?" Ainsley looked over at Corinne, who said, "Brett's a good guy, and if he's friends with Brett, then he's a good guy too, or Brett wouldn't have brought him over here." That seemed to reassure her. "Sure, Scylla. Here's my number. Text me the details. I look forward to it." My heart melted into a puddle as I stood there with a stupid smile on my face. Brett finally dragged me away as the girls laughed at my naivety. That weekend, we had fast food before the Saturday evening movie. As we were chatting and getting to know one another, I asked Ainsley to tell me a little bit about how she became interested in music. She seemed pleased to be asked. My mother was one of those well-meaning mothers who pressed their young children to take weekly piano lessons. My experience was tepid at first, but after the first 6 months, I didn't mind at all. In fact, I loved the piano, and I managed to press through 3 years' worth of lessons in a single year. My piano teacher said I was a natural talent. I soon begged for my first electronic keyboard. My best friend in high school, Heather Crockett, is also musically inclined but more towards singing. We put together an impromptu girl band. Heather sang soprano, and I brought the harmony part while also playing keyboard. Other girls played the guitar, bass, and drums. Our no-name group was quite a success in local talent shows, coffee houses, and church performances. It seems that I could play anything with a keyboard in practically any style. Please don't think me bragging, but many adults who heard me said that I was an amazing talent. The makeshift group I perform with now often performs covers of many popular hit songs that play on the airwaves and were met with enthusiastic fanfare. I'm right there with the others. I think you're an amazing talent as well, Ainsley. So what are you taking here at the University of Texas at Austin? Oh, all my classes are with the College of Fine Arts. I'm working toward a degree in music performance, piano. My lifelong dream is to be a performing star in a group like the girl band Dragon's Breath. Oh, wow. I guess if you're going to set your sights, might as well set them high. Dragon's Breath is probably the most popular group over the last 10 years or so, right? With your talent, I'm sure you've got what it takes. I hope you realize your dream one day. She seemed pleased with my supportive words. Enough about me, though I admit I'm one of my favorite topics, she chuckled. What about you, Scylla? What are you taking here at school, and what is your lifelong dream? Me? I'm on the other side of the campus from you in the Cockrell School of Engineering. I have several interests, but I think my focus will end up being chemical engineering. As for my lifelong dream, it's to live blissfully in love with the woman of my dreams, raise my family with her, and eke out a comfortable existence much like my parents. They're the happiest people I know, and I hope to turn out just like them. I said introspectively, not that silly. Everybody wants a family, including me. What lifelong dream do you have that sets you apart from all others much like my dream does for me? What special hunger lurks beneath the surface of your soul that you aspire to? She challenged. To me, family has always been number one, but there may be a secondary goal or dream, if you will, inside me longing to get out. That's what I'm talking about. What is it? She questioned excitedly. It's a pipe dream, really. But in a perfect world, I like to be an inventor, not just any old inventor. I like to invent a product that the world will be clamoring at my door to buy. But right now, I don't have a clue what that might be. Not a clue, I stated listlessly. It might not sound like much now, Scylla, but at least it's a start. Needless to say, Ainsley and I hit it off and became exclusive after that date. She called it kismet. I called it blind luck. Her beauty and talent both placed her well out of my class, but she stuck with me anyway and acted as if she was the lucky one. Since we both lived in Austin, once the school year came to an end, we continued dating over the summer. We discovered that we were very sexually compatible. She informed me that she was on birth control. My parents had drilled it into my head about pregnancy risks, even with a partner on birth control. I insisted on using a condom every time. We both still had 3 more years of college to go, and we both agreed that reducing pregnancy risks was the wise choice, so she never objected. Ainsley's group finally named themselves Green Velvet and performed every weekend over the summer. They were becoming quite popular. Her best friend, Heather, was in the group and also attended UT, but was working toward a degree in music production. I attended all of their performances and even helped set up and run sound for them at times. At the end of each Green Velvet performance, the girls, especially Ainsley and Heather, would be surrounded by a pack of guys vying for their attention. Many asked Ainsley out on dates right in front of me, even after she made it clear that I was her boyfriend. Fortunately, she tactfully shot every one of them down without fail. She appreciated that I never overreacted, reminding me that it would be bad for PR and future bookings. Ainsley had won my heart and my trust. She was my girl and we loved each other. Heather explained to me one day that her parents owned a small studio where burgeoning artists could get their start. Although she loved singing, her goal was to get her degree and go to work with her parents producing songs, albums, jingles, and commercials in their family business. She didn't share Ainsley's drive to become a performance artist, but knew that Ainsley would hit it big one day. Fate has a way of sometimes knocking you down when you least expect it. We had just finished the first semester of our second year of college when we were greeted with unanticipated news. Ainsley was experiencing recent bouts of nausea, most frequently occurring in the mornings. We weren't stupid. 6 differently branded pee sticks later, we were certain of her pregnancy. But I've been using condoms every time, I stupidly stated in frustration. We both knew that this was a potential game changer for us. The news made me wonder if perhaps she had allowed someone else to wander into her playground. And I haven't missed a single birth control pill, Scylla. As careful as we've both been, this shouldn't be happening, especially not now while we're both still in school. I mistakenly opened my mouth and asked the wrong thing. There's not a chance that you were with someone else in a moment of weakness, is there? She gave me a look that would kill an entire army for even allowing the stray thought to register in my mind. Because I love you, I'm going to let that slide this one time. Don't you ever suggest such a thing again for as long as we both live? Do you understand me? She furiously seethed. I'm the most loyal partner you will ever meet. Needless to say, I immediately offered my most sincere apology. Hiding such news from family would not work well for very long, so we both decided to bite the bullet and face both of our families together. We were both shocked when Ainsley's mother suggested an abortion. My parents were staunchly against that, but the bottom line is that it is Ainsley's decision. It's her body after all. She looked me directly in the eye in front of the 4 of them, and without blinking said, I love you, Scylla, with all of my heart. If a baby has miraculously made its way into our lives despite all the obstacles we put in its path, I'll welcome it with all the love and care that only a devoted mother can give. I'm keeping this baby, whether you marry me or not. Tears spilled from my cheeks as I embraced the future mother of my child in my welcoming arms. That's it then. From now on, honey, it's you and me against the world. I mean that. I'll go to the ends of the world with you to raise our family together. I don't have a ring yet, but it would be my greatest privilege if you would agree to become my wife. In no uncertain terms, Ainsley joyously replied, yes. Neither of our parents was thrilled at our new life plans, but they could not fault us for following our hearts to remain together and raise our family. Ainsley and I talked for hours about ways we might be able to manage her completing her degree and try to pursue her lifelong dream. We knew that both of us could still complete our second year of college. After that, we would get married during the summer and reevaluate our options. However, fate stepped in once again to knock the wind out of us both. Her OBGYN doctor wanted her to wait until after her first trimester for her initial ultrasound. We still had a month left to go before finishing the school year. Ainsley was quite visibly pregnant, and all of her classmates wished her well. Our wedding date was still 2 months away. Both sets of parents wanted to be there with us for the first ultrasound. The doctor would only allow one person in the room with her during the procedure, and Ainsley insisted that it be me. Our parents were on pins and needles in the waiting room, anxious for us to bring them the results. I stumbled out to the waiting area in shock while Ainsley was getting dressed, not knowing what to say. Well, the 4 of them chimed as I stood there mute. Patricia, Ainsley's mother, grabbed the folder out of my hand in frustration to view the ultrasound images for herself. The other 3 peered over her shoulder to learn the gender. Complete silence pervaded me as I watched them absorb the results. What does this mean, Scylla? My mom queried for clarification. Is this right? Patricia echoed. I'm afraid, so I numbly provided. Triplets, she's pregnant with 3 babies. All 4 stunned parents then looked at me astonishingly as Patricia asked, What are you going to do? Ainsley walked up behind me as I answered, With God as my witness, we're going to love all 3 of them equally and give them the best home that we can possibly provide. I was met with stunned silence as Ainsley wrapped her arms around me and kissed my neck, then my cheek, then my lips. "Damn straight, we are," she confirmed. Our overwhelmed parents' silence erupted into congratulations after realizing that they had raised two very mature, very responsible children themselves. "We've already discussed it," Ainsley continued. "College is out of the question now. I'm going to be a stay-at-home mom and maybe find some kind of work I can do from home. And I'm going to take you up on your offer, Dad, to work with you selling life, auto, and homeowners insurance." We realized that this would not be our first choice for either of us, but parents make sacrifices for family all the time, just as you four have done for us. Ainsley and I are hoping we can count on you guys from time to time for babysitting services. That remark provoked laughter and backslapping with reassurances of support from both sides of the family. Then our parents began to question each other to learn if multiple births ran on both sides of the family. It did, but with cousins only, and those were twins, not triplets. Lucky us. The day after the school year ended, I started working with a Brady insurance group alongside my dad, who was tasked with training me. More than I was disinterested in selling insurance, I was interested in providing for my family. I decided to suck it up and do what I had to do. This was a far cry from my lifelong dream, as I'm certain the same was true of Ainsley. Several friends, family, and coworkers gave us combined wedding and baby showers. We were grateful for every salt shaker and gravy boat we received. Most appreciated were the shower gifts for the triplets. Ainsley was quick to shoot off a thank you note for every generosity. We located an apartment that would be within our tight budget and had everything moved over by our wedding day. Ainsley requested that no pictures be taken that included her enormous belly. We had tons of close-ups taken as a result. Our wedding was a modest affair. We requested a backyard wedding to save money for the new grandchildren, and they respected our wishes. Ainsley said that becoming Mrs. Scylla Osborne was the happiest day of her life. The office manager at Brady Insurance Group had a condo at the beach that he let us have for a week. All we had to spring for was gas and groceries. When we walked out on the beach, Ainsley joked about looking like a beached whale. No swimsuit for her. She loves the water, but she wore a maternity top and maternity shorts in the ocean for modesty. She wasn't one of those women who was proud of her size and stretch marks, but we had a great time together as husband and wife. I was surprised at how well she accepted our situation. We both knew that our love would see us through any circumstance. Although triplets are more commonplace nowadays than they were before, it was still like a zoo when they finally arrived. To be on the safe side, each baby was handed off as they were born to a different pediatrician who focused on their one baby. We were hoping for a vaginal delivery, but recognized that very often with multiple births, a cesarean section would be warranted. Not wanting the scar, Ainsley urgently requested that a cesarean be the last resort, but for them to do whatever they had to do to protect her babies. She told everyone in the room that if it meant her life, so be it, but she made it crystal clear that her babies were her utmost priority. After 6 hours of labor, the triplets were fighting to get out, and get out they did. Ainsley said she felt so dilated that a car could drive through her. Emily Renee Osborne was the first to appear, the namesake of Ainsley's grandmother. 27 minutes later, Scylla Bryce Osborne Jr. made his appearance. We decided that we'd call him Bryce to avoid confusion. Last but not least, at least volume-wise, Darla Christine Osborne let the world know she had arrived. What a healthy set of lungs she had. I bet she will be a singer like her mother. She was named after my grandmother. The best thing and most surprising thing about the delivery was that it didn't require a cesarean. The doctor suggested her youth was likely the pervasive factor. They were fraternal triplets, not identical. 3 separate eggs were fertilized by different sperm at the same time. That means that Ainsley is super fertile, and I am super virile. Though they were still triplets, they were not identical in any way. We discovered this by hospital DNA testing to ensure that none of them at birth were identical. The unanticipated test settled the question of paternity. All 3 of the cuties were definitely mine, No two ways about it. I was ashamed that I had ever considered otherwise in the beginning, even for a moment. Ainsley was true blue. In everyone's eyes, these were miracle babies. Ainsley had her tubes tied after the triplets were born. She'd wanted me to have a vasectomy, but I was too young to consider giving up my fertility. I wasn't ready, so she had the tubal ligation against my wishes. I was unhappy with her for doing that, but there were two upsides. We began having uninhibited sex on steroids afterward. I didn't miss condoms a bit. Suffice it to say, we had our hands full at home. Ainsley's mother, Patricia, worked full-time but had 3 weeks of unused vacation time available. My mother worked part-time and had very flexible hours and scheduling. After some planning, our two mothers agreed to alternate weeks with Ainsley and the newborns. For the first 6 weeks of their lives, our babies were loved beyond measure by their grandmothers. Ainsley was glad for the help. Her main worry was that she would be unable to provide enough breast milk nourishment. Her doctor referred her to a lactation professional who advised her on many tips and tricks to induce her breasts to become virtual fountains of milk. She was relieved to learn from the pediatrician that the children's weight gains were perfectly normal. As a side note, she let me taste her from time to time for fun, but never allowed me to consume any substantial amounts. After all, she had 3 hungry mouths to feed. I laughed at her often, though she didn't appreciate my sense of humor. We would be sitting on the couch watching TV, and one of the babies would cry. When I looked at Ainsley's chest, it was invariably wet from the milk that had already begun to freely flow in response to the perceived need. She had to change tops quite a lot as a result. We struck an agreement when it came to night duties. I would make initial checks when crying was heard. If they needed changing, that was on me. If their diaper wasn't soiled, then it became her turn to either nurse or rock them back to sleep. One thing that always fascinated me, Ainsley would softly sing the song Amazing Grace to the upset babies, and she would have them cooing almost immediately. I have to admit that the first year with 3 newborns was challenging for us both. But I can say with the greatest pride that neither of us ever complained about our roles. We were a happy family and worked diligently to maintain that status. Our first Christmas was a doozy. Because of the logistical challenges of getting the triplets dressed and ready to visit their grandparents, they all agreed that it would be much easier to bring the Christmas celebration to our humble apartment on Christmas Day. We were elated to see the kids receive so many needed clothes. They were growing like weeds. More than one comment referenced Ainsley's superpowered milk. But what I was overjoyed to see was Ainsley's gift from her parents. They gave her a CVP 809 Yamaha Clavinova console digital piano. She cried when they unveiled it. She had always wanted one, but it was too expensive, something over 12 grand. She would be able to create her music at home and continue to polish her skills. They indicated that since they had spent so little on the wedding and understood that she may never graduate from college given the circumstances, they wanted to do this last grand gesture for their daughter. I was so happy for Ainsley that I teared up at her good fortune. During the day, when the children were awake, she would sing and play her piano for them to entertain them. When they were taking their naps, she would don the headphones and play to her heart's content. That clavinova became a well-used fixture in our home. On occasion, the children were farmed out to our parents, both to give them special time with their grandchildren and also to give us much-needed breaks from the constant demands that 3 infants bring. On many such opportunities, before we'd assuage our sexual needs, she would often put on karaoke of many numbers by the wildly popular group Dragon's Breath and perform for me while adding in her distinctive keyboard style and singing her heart out in harmony with lead singer Lena Stratton. That girl could sing and play. She sure impressed the hell out of me, and I don't say that just because I'm her husband. It's true. Even though we were living hand to mouth and money was tight, I loved our life together. As months turned into years, Emily, Bryce, and Darla started kindergarten school. That relieved a giant burden from Ainsley. The bus picked the trio up in front of our apartment at 7:15 a.m. and returned them by 3:30 p.m. Those hours represented freedom for her. We discussed it, and I agreed that she could look for a job rather than go stir crazy all day by herself. Any supplementary income would be most welcome. She called on her best friend of many years, Heather Crockett, to meet her for lunch. As they hugged, Heather remarked, "Wow, this feels weird. We haven't been able to meet outside of your home in years." I know. Isn't it wonderful? Now that the three terrors have started school, I have some breathing room to look for a job of some kind. Hint, hint, she cackled. Are you saying what I think you're saying? You're willing to settle for working as a studio musician? Well, I don't know that I'd exactly call it settling. I haven't done any performing anywhere since nature played its trick on me. It took me nearly 3 years just to get my body back to something close to its original shape. I've been having a blast with my clavinova. The kids are in school now, and I'm going bonkers by myself all day. I need something to fill my day that adds a few dollars to our budget. I can't go on the road with a group right now. My family's needs exceed my own. But if you ever need a studio musician or backup vocalist for anything, I'm your girl. Wow. I mean, wow. There's no denying you've got the pipes and talent on the ivories. I mostly work with the technical side of the business on the soundboard for music production. Let me talk to Mom and Dad. I bet they'd jump at the chance to snare someone of your caliber to help out in the studio. We may have some new projects coming down the pipeline that you'd be perfect for. Thanks, Heather. That would be awesome. I've sorely missed performing music. It's as if a big part of my life has been put on hold, and I'm anxious to get back out there now. I can sing jingles, do commercial work, and play anything you can think of on the keyboard. You don't have to sell me, Ainsley. I sang with you for several years. I know, probably better than most, what you're capable of. I'm sure we'll have something for you. I'll get back in touch after discussing it with my folks. It's like a breath of fresh air being out in the world again and seeing my best friend. Even if nothing works out, I still want to get with you on a regular basis now that my leash has been extended, Ainsley laughed. The girls chatted about anything and everything as they wrapped up their lunch. Ainsley was elated to talk about something other than the triplets for a change. A full week later, she was offered a part-time position as a studio musician for Crockett Recording Studios. They started her off with small parts just to test the waters. There was no denying her talent. Ainsley was very musically gifted, and the pairing seemed a perfect fit for both the studio and Ainsley. Within a year, she was averaging close to 50 grand per year. Her favorite jobs were working on albums for artists, providing keyboard and often harmony vocals. After several years on the job, she had performed as a studio artist on nearly 100 albums by various artists and dearly loved what she was doing. "That's a nice tattoo you've got there, babe," I praised my wife. "That's almost as much as I brought in, and I have several certifications under my belt. With this kind of income, I think we're finally in a position to buy a house now. Nothing grandiose, but it would be ours." "I'm so happy to hear you say that, Scylla. I've been thinking the same thing. Now that the kids are 8, they need more space. A 4-bedroom house will be perfect if you think we can swing it. I have no idea if we can set our sights that high, but a good realtor can steer us in the right direction. If worst comes to worst, Emily and Darla can share a bedroom and get Bryce out of their hair. I'll call a realtor today and get started on our search." As it turned out, a couple who were going through an acrimonious divorce sought a quick sale on their 4-bedroom ranch-style home. It was being sold as is with no painting or repairs looked after. The price was within the top of our grasp, but still affordable. I managed to get all of the repairs done to make the house livable. Numerous fights had left holes in the sheetrock in several rooms. Ainsley did much of the painting during the day when there was no scheduled studio work. We were one big happy family. One big plus that came with our new home was the full basement. It was the perfect place for me to set up a workshop and try to bring to life several ideas that had been tooling around in my head. Ainsley loved to come down and see me tinkering with various projects that had not yet congealed in my mind. Bryce wanted to help his daddy by holding things for me as I created assemblies and components. Though Emily and Darla had no interest in mechanical apparatus assemblies, They brought us drinks and sandwiches on the evenings and weekends. I'd be experimenting with various processes. Though I had not finished my degree work, I still had my textbooks on both mechanical and chemical engineering from which I made copious notes. After several years, I finally cobbled together a prototype of a heat pump on a small scale that I believed had potential. However, the patenting process, manufacturing, and marketing expenses would be prohibitively expensive. I installed the prototype in the basement to heat and cool it to prove efficacy, stability, longevity, and efficiency. I carefully documented my observations daily and compiled a dossier as the foundation for some future marketing strategies. Ainsley and I both knew that producing any invention like that was a pipe dream. It takes money to make money, and that was something that was always in short supply. 3 growing kids can eat a big hole in any budget. My dad was forced into an early retirement at work. Brady Insurance Group was reorganizing. There had been so many homeowner claims in California and Texas due to the spread of wildfires, it was affecting bottom-line profitability. I hated my new boss, Diane Prentice. I didn't hate her because she was a female. I hated her because she was a bitch. She implemented spurious tasks for everyone to ensure that not a moment of time was unproductive in any way. She even insisted that we continue working on our tablets when spending time on the pod in the restroom. She quickly became the most unpopular employee of all time in our office, equally despised by all. She seemed to relish inducing upheaval. She prohibited small talk and water cooler conversations, which extended itself into the break room where most of us would lunch. As a result, most of us would go out to eat to avoid her onerous tactics. I seldom went home in a good mood. I was surprised one Friday evening in the middle of March to arrive at an unusually quiet house. There were no boisterous sounds of argumentative children. Ainsley met me at the door. The kids are fine. They're spending the night at my parents' house. I'm so excited I'm about to wet my panties and I'm not even pregnant. What's going on, babe? And why are you dressed so flamboyantly? I can't tell you now. I gave my word. Hurry up and get your shower. I set your nice suit out on the bed to put on afterward. We're going out to an uber-expensive 5-star restaurant tonight as guests of some special VIPs. I can't wait for you to meet them. Now go on before I strip you right here. Our reservation to meet them is only an hour from now. She remained tight-lipped about who we were meeting or where. I decided to roll with it. It would be a pleasant distraction from dealing with Diane Prentice all day. Whatever it was, I'd never seen her more excited about anything. My curiosity was getting the better of me. I was hoping it would lead to special sex later on. Okay, I'll hurry, I tendered. On the drive to the restaurant, she was beside herself with excitement but still revealed nothing. The reservations were at Palais Magnifique. I'd heard of it but never thought I'd ever be inside such a luxurious restaurant, one of the most exclusive and expensive in all of Austin. She handed the maitre d' a slip of paper, and he directed us to a large round table with only 2 spare seats. I was stunned to see my parents sitting there, and hers as well, all sporting huge smiles. Mom? Dad? Mom retorted. No questions yet, dear, she whispered. Both of your grandmothers are with the kids at Patricia's place. Please listen to what they have to say, she cryptically supplied. In addition were 3 others I knew personally. Ainsley's best friend, Heather, and her parents, who own the studio that often employs Ainsley's talents. There were 4 other women seated at the table, 3 of whom looked very familiar, but I had no recollection of ever meeting. The last woman was unknown to me. Everyone stood to greet us as we neared our seats, urgently shaking my hand. Heather asked us all to be seated as she excitedly initiated the conversation. Scylla, since everyone else here already knows one another, but you, allow me to introduce you to 3 very special people in the world of music. The lady to my right is Lena Stratton. Lena nodded at me in acknowledgement. Next to her is Sheila Shanti, and on the other side of Sheila is Fanny Compton. The other women nodded in turn. Beside Fanny is Cora Broadwell. Ladies, I offered deferentially as acknowledgement. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Scylla Osborne, Ainsley's husband. Have we met before? Oh, everyone here knows who you are, Scylla. That's why we're all here, Ainsley added. Excuse me? Scylla, as you may have guessed by now, Lena, Sheila, and Fanny are three of the four core members of the world-renowned rock music group Dragon's Breath. Sandy Stilton, the fourth member, is missing tonight due to unfortunate circumstances. Cora Broadwell is the group's manager. Of course, you know everyone else here very well. I was stunned by the sudden realization that I was in the presence of rock royalty. Now I recognize you for sure. I don't get it. What brings everyone here tonight? I inquired, stupefied. At that moment, our waiter appeared and asked about wine tasting prior to ordering. No one requested to sample any vintages, but casually ordered their favorite varieties. I embarrassed Ainsley by asking if they had any Coca-Cola. When advised that no soft drinks were available at the swanky restaurant, I then asked for water. When it came to ordering, everyone, including Ainsley, seemed to understand what was on the menu. Not being a student of French, I was at a loss. When it was my turn to place an order, I simply asked for a medium-rare steak with baked potato and salad with French dressing. Luckily for me, the waiter understood English and translated for me. I felt like a fish out of water. Once all the orders were placed, Cora took over the conversation from Heather. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Scylla. Ainsley has spoken so very highly of you. As Heather said, I'm Cora, the group's manager. It's a convergence of bad and good fortunes that brings us here together tonight, Scylla. Since I was instrumental in bringing all of this about, it'll be my privilege to explain everything to you. Dragon's Breath needs no introduction. You've just met three of the four main members of the group. Lena is the lead singer and plays guitar, while Sandy, absent tonight, sings harmony and plays various keyboards to help produce the group's unique core sound. Sheila and Fanny also sing harmony on occasion and play the bass and drums. The group has taken a break from performing for the past year and a half, while Sandy and Fanny each added a child to their respective families. Lena and Sheila write and compose all of the songs that the group performs. They've worked hard together to produce a double album's worth of new music to bring the group out of its hiatus and thrust them back into the limelight. To get the group back in the groove, so to speak, we've scheduled a grueling 6-month world tour consisting of 3.5 months here in the USA and 2.5 months touring all of the hot spots of Europe. They're very popular over there as well. The tour is set to begin in April and will continue through September. I say it's a grueling schedule because they'll perform Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights, followed by a 2-day bus drive to the next city and perform again on Wednesday night, then another bus drive toward their next 3-day weekend schedule, and so forth and so on. At the group's request, I have worked tirelessly to meticulously arrange for all of their bookings to accommodate that fixed schedule with no breaks until after the full 6 months out on the road. It's the nature of the beast. I'm sure you're wondering why any of this matters to you, Scylla, and I'm getting to that now. Sandy and her husband were celebrating their anniversary a week ago and were returning home after a night out on the town when their car was struck by a drunk driver who ran a red light. Their vehicle was struck from the passenger side where Sandy was seated. Thank God she was buckled up, but she was still severely injured in the accident. She would have died otherwise. Her left wrist was broken and her right arm was shattered along with her right leg. Plastic surgery has repaired her face, but she will be out of commission for quite some time as she heals and goes through the rehabilitation process. Fortunately, their children were safe at home when the accident occurred. Naturally, this was devastating news for the group, as it took over 5 months for me to set up the tour schedule and arrange all of the tour bookings. Canceling at the last minute would not only be costly to the group by the venues, but without the support of the tour, the new album sales would likely founder, comparatively speaking. I've been friends with Heather's mom, Carolyn, for many years. We went to college together and have stayed in touch over the years. As I was sharing the group's dilemma, she suggested that Dragon's Breath give your wife a listen as a last-minute substitute for Sandy. If she could pull it off, then the tour could continue unabated while Sandy recuperated from her terrible ordeal. I flew the group here from California, where they've been auditioning, Ainsley performing many of their older repertoire. Needless to say, she impressed the hell out of them, not only for her amazing mastery of any keyboard, but her voice harmony blends perfectly with Lena's and the other girls. It's as if your wife Ainsley is a gift from heaven. Every member of the group has enthusiastically voted to incorporate her into the world tour to re-solidify Dragon's Breath's position in the global market and public eye. The timing is perfect. I was shocked to learn of this development. Every eye was focused on me. Ainsley was anxiously holding my hand, obviously elated to have this opportunity. The silence was deafening. Finally, I had to say something. 6 months out on the road with no breaks. Isn't that a bit much? Cora injected. This taxing schedule was voted on and set long before Sandy's accident. It's not as if this was arranged with your family in mind. Unfortunately, this is what nearly every successful music group does, Scylla, but I haven't told you the best part. We realized that Ainsley's 6-month leave of absence from her home responsibilities will naturally impact and inconvenience your family. To that end, Dragon's Breath will compensate Ainsley with 6 fixed talent performance fees amounting to $100,000 per month, $600,000 for the 6-month period. Of course, that's not as much as the core members will receive, but it is strikingly more than fair remuneration for a studio musician. Don't you agree, Scylla? Ainsley tugged at my elbow. As you know, I'm only averaging around $50,000 per year now, honey. Yes, I agree that 6 months is a long time for me to be gone from home, but think about it, $600,000 for 6 months of work? It would take me at least 12 years to earn that as an on-call studio musician, 12 years. Don't you see? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I'll be performing with the most popular rock group in the world. Who knows where my career may take me after the 6 months are over? If I may, Lena entered the conversation. When Dragon's Breath started out, it took us years to build up the following we now enjoy, and I'm here to tell you that in the formative years, we spent way more than a paltry 6 months out on the road during those years. The heavy lifting's already been done. Ainsley will reap the benefit of all of our hard work. It takes amazing talent to impress me, but she has done it. We're convinced that she has what it takes to pull this off. That's why we're making her this generous offer. I guarantee you that this opportunity will propel her career into the stratosphere. Ainsley Osborne is already a rock star. All that remains is to let the rest of the world in on it. Lena, I appreciate everything that you and Cora have poignantly expounded. I do not doubt that every word of what you've both said is true. I'm sure that Ainsley is chomping at the bit to consider this undertaking. But there are other considerations that have yet to be taken into account. 6 months? Our 3 10-year-old children will have to endure 6 long months without their mother during this formative time of their lives. And let's not forget that I'll be missing a wife for that length of time as well. I'm not so sure that I could go along with this, even for $1 million. I saw winces quickly grace several faces. Ainsley appealed, but we have thought of the children, sweetie, as she looked over at my mom. That's right, son. My mom interjected. Patricia and I have already discussed it. It's already settled. We're both willing to tag team and help out at your house during Ainsley's absence. You'll never have to cook a meal, wash a single dish, or handle any laundry. Patricia and I are more than capable of handling anything and everything that may come up with the triplets while Ainsley's pursuing her lifelong dream, she beamed. I see. So everybody but me is in on this. Huh? Once upon a time, I believed her lifelong dream included me and our children, but I was obviously mistaken. So the kids get their grandmothers as substitute mothers for half a year. What you propose sounds good in theory, but sucks in real life. What do you mean? Patricia challenged. Are you suggesting we can't handle your household duties? What I mean is the kids will share 2 substitute mothers. I do not doubt that you and my mom can care for them, Patricia, and so could a lot of other people. But a lot of other people aren't their parents. Ainsley and I are their parents, and when she's away, 100% of the responsibility for their care falls on me. Ainsley injected, but there's no way you can possibly look after all 3 of them without their help. The kids get home from school every weekday at 3:30 p.m., and you don't get home from work until 5:30. You can't do this without them, Scylla, face it. I resented her challenge to my capabilities. I see that as I grimace through my clenched teeth. Watch me. I realize that I'm just a bumbling fool husband who can't do anything in your eyes. I guess we'll all find out what I'm made of throughout all of this. But aside from the kids, what about me? There will be no substitute wife for me. I won't be able to see you or hold you in my arms for half a year. I would need to stay very busy with all of those tasks that our mothers mentioned to mitigate the negative emotions your felt absence will impart. I believe this could take a serious toll on our marriage. And what if, after the 6 months have elapsed, you decide to go on the road full-time to promote your new career? What good would all the money in the world do for me and the children then? Ainsley couldn't hold her tongue. You need to stop being Mr. Negative, Scylla, and support me in this. You know very well that this has been my lifelong dream. Are you saying that you want to stymie me, hold me back, and keep me from fulfilling what you've always known as my lifelong ambition? So I'll be gone for 6 months. Big deal. In the big picture scheme of things, it's such a short window with an enormous payoff both financially for us and career-wise for me. We can pay off the house with that money and take leisurely vacations with the whole family after I return. I'll be working for Pete's sake. Sure, it's a labor of love, but I'll still be on the job or on the road constantly. Can you see that this is the best thing for our family? Cora jumped in again. I've got a special dragon's breath pass for you right here, Scylla. With it, you can bring the children with you to any concert or all of them if you wish. No ticket costs, and it will get you backstage afterward at any event so you and the children can spend some quality time with Ainsley. The first installment of 100 grand has already been deposited into your joint account. This first one is in advance to ensure that there are no financial hardships incurred by her family while she's on the road. The ensuing checks will be deposited at the end of each month as spelled out in the terms of her contract. Contract? Yes, Scylla. I've already signed a contract. I just knew you'd support me in this, and there is an urgent time constraint. Already signed it? Without saying a word to me about it first. Then blindside me with this in front of friends and family? I see what's going on here. This is a railroad. And just what is this time constraint, if it's not too much to ask? Lena chimed in again. Ainsley has agreed to fly back with us to California the day after tomorrow. She knows all of our old songs well enough, but the world tour focus is to feature and promote our brand new double album. We'll need every day between now and April 1st to familiarize her with the new songs and choreography. Then we'll hop on the bus from there and start her on her journey to becoming a world-famous rock star in her own right. When you're an artist the caliber of your wife, Ainsley, life chooses you. Greatness can't be taught. You either have it or you don't. She definitely has it, she emphasized. I see. As far as I'm concerned, you can keep your damn money. I can guarantee you I won't be spending a penny of your precious rock star cash on my family while you're out gallivanting around the world. Right at that moment, the food arrived. As the wait staff were distributing the food, I asked one of them where the restrooms were located. He politely obliged me with directions. Please excuse me, everyone, I said as I headed off in the direction of the restrooms. They all nodded as I left the table. I heard them whispering behind my back as I left the area. I walked right on by the men's room and out to the parking lot, jumped in my car, and drove straight to the Gruber residence. I turned off my cell phone as I drove. I left my suit jacket and tie in the car. Ainsley's grandmother answered the door. Is it over already? They told us to expect them to be late. Your grandmother and I have just been telling old wives' tales. The kids are playing on that video game thing in the den. Yes, the meeting's over for me, and I'm here to pick up the kids. I'll go collect them. You girls continue to enjoy yourselves catching up. I encouraged the triplets to shut the game system down and gather their things because we were leaving. As the kids were saying their goodbyes, my grandmother injected, "But the pizza hasn't even arrived yet," she said, exasperated. I dropped 3 20s on the table. Sorry for the inconvenience. This should cover the pizza. It's all you can eat night to night for you girls, I chuckled. I drove the kids to their favorite pizza haunt where we shared a fun but slow, relaxing meal. I didn't let on that the shit was going to hit the fan when we returned home. I wanted to begin enhancing our bond in preparation for their mother's pending absence from our lives. They're just as much in the dark as I was until an hour ago. They have no idea she'll be gone that long. I wondered if she even planned on telling them, or if she was just going to leave them behind without saying goodbye. The lights were on in the house. I knew someone would give Ainsley a ride home from the restaurant. She hugged the kids protectively when we walked in the door. Then they headed to their rooms when they saw their mom's hands on her hips while glaring at me. They were just glad that it wasn't them that would be the subject of her wrath. "Do you know how pissed I am at you right now?" She angrily began. "Probably about half as pissed as I am with you," I avowed. "Why did you just leave me behind like that? Why didn't you answer your cell phone? Do you have any idea how embarrassing that was for me after all of the supportive remarks I made to them all about you? I know exactly how embarrassing it is, and you know why. Don't pretend that you don't have a clue why I left. Did your little feelers get hurt because mommy didn't get your approval first? You know what? Go follow your dreams. It's a shame that they don't include me. Maybe you'll find your dream man while you're at it and not be stuck with such a dud as me to hold you back. The kids and I will be just fine without you. I'm going to bed. Good night." With that, I locked myself in the hall bathroom and ignored her pleas to talk. I played with my phone and surfed the internet until it finally grew quiet in the house. I slipped out of the bathroom and threw a blanket over me on the couch. Early Saturday morning, a pitcher of ice-cold water was thrown on me. I'm assuming to wake me up. "You're going to talk to me, asshole, and we're going to straighten this out right now." She steamed heatedly. The first words out of my mouth were, "Where are the kids?" "Don't worry, they can't hear a word of this. I took them to your mother's for the day." Without a word, I walked to the master bedroom, removed my soaked clothing, and tossed it on the bathroom floor as she walked behind me yelling every step. I'd never seen her act this way before. This was new. To be fair, she'd probably never seen me respond the way I was either. I ignored her badgering, dried off with a towel, got dressed, grabbed my wallet and keys, and took off in my car. She tried to jump in with me, but I'd locked all the car doors as soon as I got in. I intentionally left my cell phone at the house. As I was hurriedly driving away, I saw her drop to her knees in the driveway sobbing. I drove straight to my parents' house and asked for the kids. But they're supposed to spend the day and night here. Ainsley said that she was planning on giving you a lot of loving before she had to leave, Mom explained. Sorry, Mom. Apparently, she forgot that I had already made plans for the kids today. What's got into you, Scylla? Why did you cut and run last night? That's so unlike you. Ainsley was crying her eyes out after she realized that you were gone. Mom, will you please call the kids? We need to be going, so we won't be late for our plans. Does Ainsley know about this? I don't think she does. Maybe I should call her. You can call the President of the United States if you want to, Mom, after I leave here with my children. If you don't believe they can survive with me today, how will we all survive without her for the next 6.5 months? Are you going to call her every day to find out what's best for the kids? She could tell that I was in no mood to be challenged. Thank goodness Dad was working out at the gym, or it could have been worse. She routed them up for me, and we left without announcing our destination to her. Mid-March in North Carolina can be quite nippy. I took them to the Natural Science Center, where we spent much of the day. Next, we visited the Museum of Natural History and rounded out our evening with Chick-fil-A. I wrangled 3 worn-out 10-year-olds into the house to get their showers and ready for the night. Ainsley jumped right into mother mode as she commanded them efficiently. They regaled her on our adventures of the day and everything they'd learned from their experiences with me. She was noticeably non-confrontational, almost conciliatory in her demeanor. Now this is a mood I can deal with. As long as she doesn't throw water on me again, maybe we can calmly talk about what's on our minds tonight. I watched TV while she dealt with the triplets. I heard some crying sounds from both sides. Apparently, she told them about her new circumstances. I think she was surprised that I had not broken the news to them in my own way. I decided to let her do her own dirty work. I'm sure she sugarcoated it to them as best as she could. She finally approached me in the den after the kids were trying to get to sleep after such news. She straddled me facing me as I was seated on the couch and threw her arms around me. I'm sorry, Sille. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me for the way I acted. Since this whole thing came up, I've been on an emotional roller coaster, and my nerves got the better of me. Can we talk about this now? I mean, really talk with no yelling or running away. What's there to talk about? The time for talking has passed. You made a unilateral decision without me, and that's that. I get it, honey. I can see now how it looks from your point of view. I've had all day to do nothing else but think about it. You left your phone here, so I couldn't call you. I wanted today to turn out so differently, but I was so angry with you that I screwed everything up by throwing that ice water on you this morning. I deeply regret that now. I was acting like one of the kids and not as an adult. I'm sorry, baby. Can we get to a happy place on the same page? I don't know if that's possible, but we can give it a try. Why did you leave like you did last night? I was more upset about that than you can imagine. You couldn't have been more upset than me. I was upset enough to leave you at the restaurant and let your mom bring you home. But why? I was trying to discuss everything with you. We all were, but you didn't give us a chance to explain it to you. You're absolutely right. You tried your best to have a public discussion in front of others, what should have been our private husband/wife conversation. But that's not what happened, is it? Without saying a word to me about it, you made the decision to leave your family for 6.5 months, over half a year, and then expected me to receive the blindsiding in a positive light. The world tour is only for 6 months, sweetheart, not 6.5. When are you leaving? Tomorrow. And when will you get back? After the end of September. Mid-March to the end of September. It's not modern math, honey. That's 6.5 months, and you'll only get paid for 6. She had sense enough not to argue that point. The reason I left last night is simple. I refuse to have our private husband/wife conversations take place before a live audience, regardless of how badly you want to do it that way. You didn't want to discuss anything with me. You did discuss it with your parents and mine in advance instead of me. But when it came to my input, you'd already decided. You wanted to blindside me in a large group setting, so you could browbeat me into gracefully accepting your decision with no input from me. I don't think I responded how you'd hoped I would. That's putting it mildly. Okay, I admit I can sort of see where you're coming from about last night. It was unfair of me to say anything to anyone else before discussing it with you. But I was so excited about it all. I just knew that you would be supportively excited for me too. I could have been more supportive, but you didn't give me that chance, did you? There's a big difference between asking and telling. Last night, I was told what you were going to do. You never asked for my input about it. You're right, Scylla, and I'm truly sorry. I screwed up, okay? I made a huge mistake, I admit it. It's just that I was so excited about this opportunity that I didn't want to allow anything to mess it up. I was wrong to go about it the way I did. Can you forgive me? Does it really matter how I feel? You're going to be gone every day for the next 6.5 months. You've already signed the papers, and it's a done deal. I love you, Ainsley, more than life itself. I've always supported you until you shoved this down my throat. You'll have our moms here every day, helping out. You'll hardly know I'm gone. You're wrong about that. Our moms are more than welcome to come over any time to visit, but I'll take care of the kids by myself. I won't allow our mothers to lift a finger doing anything around here, no matter what kind of deal you struck with them. This self-imposed hardship will land squarely on my shoulders. It'll keep me busy, so I'll be exhausted all the time as a means to help me get through the nights all alone in our bed. She chuckled. You just try and stop them from taking over here while I'm away. I gave her a hard look. I might not be able to stop you from leaving me for the majority of a year, but I can damn sure control who walks through that door. While you're gone, I'm going to do your job and mine both. I'll be mother and father to our kids, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it. She began bawling. I don't want to fight, Scylla. I want to make love. I had planned on us making love all day until you skipped out on me. I'll keep that in mind for next time. Keep what in mind? That you consider a pitcher of ice water being thrown as foreplay. I didn't get as turned on by it as you thought I should, I said flatly. I said I was sorry, honey. I have to leave in the morning. I want us to have sex all night to where you can barely walk tomorrow. We can try, I rejoined. And try we did. After sufficient foreplay, I made her come orally 3 times in succession. When she stroked me to get my engine running, she failed. So she took me in her mouth and went at me with a flurry. No, go. What's wrong? Am I doing something wrong, honey? Doesn't this feel good? It's not you, it's me. I can't get the thought of you being gone for so long out of my head. I want you to be happy. I'm so very proud of you. And yes, believe it or not, I want you to be able to live your dream. I guess I'm just bracing myself to pay the price for you to be able to do that. She teared up and struggled tirelessly to raise my flag to no avail. We slept in each other's arms for our last night together for quite some time. Early the next morning, she tried again without success. She was exceptionally frustrated at my lack of response to her efforts. Half-heartedly, I joked, save your energy for later. Maybe I'll be ready to go again 6.5 months from now. At least you got yours last night, and that's all that matters. She started crying again. You don't have time for crying. You got to go in less than an hour. Go tell the kids goodbye, and I'll help you get your bags outside for the limo that's going to pick you up. She scurried about like a chicken with its head cut off. I'll call you every day, Scylla, I swear it. There's no way I can lay my head down on a pillow at night without hearing your sweet voice in my ear. If the kids weren't in school, I bring them with me. I called both moms again and reassured them that you'll need their help whether you ask for it or not. You need to stay out of their way and let them do their thing. I'll look forward to your calls. She gave me yet another frustrated look. As she hugged and kissed me, she rejoined, I married you, and I have been a good wife to you. You're the love of my life. I've given birth to our 3 children, and I've been a good mother to them. Now that I've met those goals, I think it's my turn to be in the spotlight now for my 15 minutes of fame. Wish me luck. With your skills, you don't need luck. Go get tiger. Take the world by the tail. Just one thing I ask. What's that? You're going to be tempted to stray. We both know what goes on behind the scenes with rock groups. Are you sure you can remain faithful to me and to our marriage? She got her hackles up. Did you forget what I told you when I became pregnant with the triplets? I'm the most loyal woman you will ever meet. You're the only man for me, Scylla Osborne, and I mean that now and forever. When I return, we'll be living on Easy Street, and I swear I'll make everything up to you for letting me live my dream, even if it takes me the rest of my life. I love you with every beat of my heart. When the limo arrived, I loaded her bags in the trunk. She threw her arms around me and gave me a sizzling hot French kiss in front of all the neighbors. Thank you, my love, for supporting me in achieving my lifelong dream. You're the best husband that ever lived. I said nothing and simply smiled as she took her seat inside the limo. Then she was gone. I made a quick decision and rounded up the kids and took them with me to a discount store where I purchased 2 very inexpensive external door lock sets. I told the kids that now that their mother was going to be a rock star, we needed better security. While what I said was true, it had nothing to do with her status. We went straight home where I prepared sandwiches for the kids for lunch while I installed the new door locks on the front and rear doors. Beggars can't be choosers at discount stores. The lock sets were not keyed-alike. 2 keys came with each lock. I put one of each on my keychain and hid the spares in a secure location. Ainsley called me at 7 p.m. Bubba. Well, I made it here to California safe and sound. Glad to hear that, honey. Where are you staying? Lena and her husband, Patrick, have a huge mansion here with 9 bedrooms, and they insist that I stay with them while we work on the group's new music starting tomorrow. It sounds like you're on your way to stardom, just what you've always wanted. Yeah, I know. I've never been more excited in my life. About that, I've got three dull and boring children here dying to talk to their mother. I put Emily on the phone. When she was done, Darla snatched the phone from her and eventually surrendered it to Bryce, who soon handed it back to me. I'm sorry, sweetie, they're calling me. We need to get ready. All of us are going to a dinner party, and there are going to be a lot of celebrities there, I'm told. I can't wait. I understand. Have a good time. I engaged the kids as much as 10-year-olds would allow, and we watched a couple of movies on TV that they were interested in. Since tomorrow is Monday, a school day, I explained to them that they would start going to the after-school care unit once their class is let out and remain there until I pick them up after work each day. But Mom said that Grandma Osborne or Grandma Gruber will be meeting us here at home every day after school and fixing our supper. Your grandmothers have great big hearts and would never say no to your mother's request, especially when it concerns you three. But think about it, they're getting up in their years, and all that added daily activity could take a toll on their health. Your mom asked them to help out because she believes that we are utterly helpless when it comes to looking after ourselves. Let's prove her wrong. I have more confidence in you all than she does. We can get by just fine without overburdening your grandmothers. But we will all have to step up to the plate and do our part around here to make it work while your mother is out having fun with her music. Money will be tight until she comes back to us, but I believe we'll be the stronger for it. She decided to follow her dream, and we need to give her the freedom to do that so that she can find what's missing in her life, okay? They all nodded in puzzling acknowledgement. Things weren't going exactly as Mom had informed them. They weren't overly enthusiastic either about taking on any extra work around the house, but we are a close-knit family who will do whatever it takes to get by. After getting them up and ready for school the next morning, I drove them to school early and signed them up for the after-school care program. The cost was reasonable at $15 per child per week, $45 per week for the three of them, as long as they were picked up no later than 6 p.m. Late pickups incurred onerous surcharges to encourage promptness among the parents. I make it a point to never be late. I barely made it to work on time, but was seated at my desk by 8 a.m. My boss, Diane Prentice, made life miserable at work each day, but if I was honest, having to deal with her antics kept my mind occupied, precluding thoughts of how much I already missed my wife. During my lunch hour that first Monday after she left, I ate the sandwich I'd made for myself on my way to the bank. With such a high balance in our account, the customer service representative treated me like royalty. I quickly opened a new account in my name alone since Ainsley wasn't available to sign as co-owner of the account. Then I transferred money to the new account but left Ainsley's first $100,000 deposit amount untouched. I removed my name from the shared account. It was my way of testing and proving my independence. I now had a little over our original $12,000 accessible for expenses. Once again, I made it back to my desk after lunch with only moments to spare. Diane glared at me, but could say nothing about tardiness. I suddenly found her hilarious and made a fun mental game of interacting with her. I received a call just after 3 p.m. Something's wrong, Scylla. What's going on? Hello, Patricia. How are you? What do you mean? The keys my daughter gave me to your house don't fit the locks. It looks like the doorknobs have been replaced with new ones. I'm sorry, Patricia. I won't be home until around 5:30. Is there something you need to borrow from my house today? Borrow? No. Ainsley asked me to come over around 3 today, so I'd be here at 3:30 when the kids get off the bus. I figure I could go ahead and make them a snack, then do a bit of housekeeping while I start supper for you guys. Really? That's strange. I guess that makes even more things that she failed to discuss with me beforehand. I wish I had known you were planning to do that. Neither you nor Ainsley discussed it with me in advance. I could have saved you the time. Time? What time? The kids are going directly to the after-school daycare. I've already signed them up. They'll stay there working on their homework until I pick them up after work and bring them home with me. Ainsley never mentioned anything like that to me. Apparently, she overlooked or miscommunicated many things recently. I'm sure it was due to all the excitement of her new life as a rock star. I apologize on her behalf. Anyway, I changed the locks recently for extra security now that she is going to be a world-renowned rock legend. I see, my stunned mother-in-law sighed. After I get the kids fed and bathed tonight, you're more than welcome to come by for a visit if you're dying to see them before they turn in for the night. Family is always welcome at the Osborne house. Oh, yes, well, if we do, I'll be sure to call first, she politely advised. Anytime. Oh, there's one more thing, if you don't mind. Yes? What's that, Scylla? It just occurred to me that Ainsley may have misled my mom as well. Could you call her and advise her about the circumstances? I'm going to have my hands full with my family tonight, and I am very much looking forward to it. Yeah, sure. I'll do that, the disappointed and perplexed woman offered. But if you need any help with them, please let me know anytime. Thanks, Patricia. That means a lot. I'll sure keep that in mind and probably take you up on it from time to time. That went better than I anticipated. Although her disappointment was palpable, I'm sure my mother-in-law believes that I'll soon tire of the responsibilities of looking after the triplets and call on her or my mother. It's nice to know that I have that option, and I love them for it. However, I need to step up and be the parent my children deserve in their mother's absence. When I picked up the kids at 5:20 p.m. after work, they were more upbeat about their situation than I'd expected them to be. The two main positives reported to me were that they had a few friends who were part of the aftercare program, and also that they were able to get their homework done before I arrived. Two of the adults who work with the program are also teachers at their school, and were happy to assist anyone with their homework assignments. This was already sounding like a win-win. After sneaking in some research online at work for simple recipes, I cooked a meatloaf and boiled some potatoes for supper along with some green beans. Though it was not as good as Mom's, no one seemed to suffer from food poisoning. I promised to get better over time and asked them to make me a list of their favorites to give me something to shoot for. After the drudgery of having them shower before bedtime and tucking them in by 9 p.m., I would say, all things considered, the day was a remarkable success. I received a call from Ainsley at 11 p.m. Hey, babe, how was your first day of rehearsal with the group? Oh, it was amazing. Lena, Sheila, and Fanny all said that my voice was like liquid gold. They couldn't believe how well we all blended, not only vocally, but also instrumentally. I think they're impressed with my capabilities. I've done a lot of listening to their new album set, so I would have my parts figured out in my mind before rehearsing with them. But I've got a bone to pick with you. Why did you reject my mom's help and piss her off? Honey, I'll tell you the same thing I told her when she called. When did you and I ever sit down and discuss the details of how things would go with this family in your absence? I didn't need to discuss it with you, silly. I take care of the house, that's my responsibility, so I made all of the arrangements to have everything taken care of while I'm out on the road. We mentioned it that night at the restaurant that you walked out on us. I'll ask you the question again. When did you and I ever sit down and discuss it? I'll tell you we didn't. When you're going to be gone for so long, the family becomes my sole responsibility, not your or my mother's, though I love them both. They have enough on their plates, living their own lives. Besides, if I step back and let our mothers take over, what kind of parenting would that be? You're out of the picture, and I'd be relegated to watching TV while they raise our kids? I don't think so. They need to see at least one of us on a regular basis, and since it won't be you for a good while, I need to be there for them. I know what's best for those kids, and I'm not convinced that you can handle everything that will come up. That's why I called in the experts. Are you chiding me for being heavily involved in our children's lives? Are you suggesting that I should step back and let someone else raise our kids while you're absent from their lives? What is it that you think I can't handle? Okay, Mr. Null, what did you serve them for dinner tonight? McDonald's? Pizza? Fast food? I cooked meatloaf, boiled potatoes, and canned green beans for us all tonight. And believe it or not, they all asked for a second helping. You? You cooked that all by yourself? How? I searched online for simple recipes and started with something we all liked. I've asked them for a list of their favorites, and I plan to learn how to cook whatever they like. They made fun of me seeing me in the kitchen. And believe it or not, they helped with the cleanup without being asked. What? How? They never offered to help me in the kitchen. They probably felt sorry for me. Fish out of water thing. It's not that I'm calling you a liar, but I want to talk to them and hear these things for myself. Put Darla on the phone, please. She always tells me the truth. No can do, sweetheart. I put the kids to bed at 9 p.m. It's already after 11 now. Oh, crap. I forgot about the time difference. My bad. The best time to talk to them is around 8 p.m. our time, regardless of what time zone you're in. But we didn't get back from rehearsal until nearly 7 p.m. here in California. I don't know what to tell you, Ainsley. If you are unable to talk to them before their bedtime here in North Carolina, then they'll just have to miss talking to you. I'm sure you'll be able to work something out. And she did. She tried her best to call every day around 5 p.m. her time, 8 p.m. ours. She spent about 5 minutes apiece on the phone with each of the children and 10 to 15 with me. It became our regular routine for the next 2 weeks while they were practicing for the tour, and the kids looked forward to sharing their day with her and listening to her exciting tales from California about all the celebrities she'd met or sighted. I had the kids on a fixed schedule, rotating household duties to lighten my load. One kid had kitchen duty for a week, while another had bathroom duty, and the third had rest of house duty, straightening up and vacuuming as needed. Every week, they'd rotate duties so as not to be tied down to one thing all the time. They all hated bathroom duty. One thing that came of making them responsible for helping out around the house, they didn't make nearly as much of a mess in the house so they wouldn't have as much to clean up. Imagine that. She clarified their tour schedule to me. Dragon's Breath would kick off the tour in LA. Then their entourage would snake back and forth for 3 months on buses, working their way across the country with their final U.S. performance in New York. They'd spend a 3-day weekend performing at a large venue, then traipse across state lines for 2 days on the buses, perform again every Wednesday night, then on the road for another day Thursday, before ending up at another large venue for 3 days. All of their bookings were orchestrated to allow this pattern, which would allow them a 2-day break from performing after the 3-day weekend. Very few performing groups could fill a large auditorium 3 days in succession, but Dragon's Breath was one of the few that could. She called me at 3 a.m. on a Saturday morning after her first concert with Dragon's Breath in LA. Hello, I slurred listlessly. I'm sorry, did I wake you up? Ainsley excitedly solicited. That's okay. I had to get up to answer the phone anyway, I sleepily tendered. She chuckled at my sluggish attempt at humor. I know it's 3 a.m. where you are, baby. Our first after party is still going on, but I'm about to burst to tell you about the magic that happened tonight at the concert. Oh, that's right. How was it? Perfect, baby, just perfect. The only way it could have been better would be if you and the kids were here to see me in my element on our first performance of the tour. I must have signed over 500 autographs tonight. How does it feel to be a star? Nothing short of incredibly amazing. At the end of our last song of the night, it was as if there was a moment suspended in time before thunderous applause during a standing ovation broke the spell, confirming that this moment in my life had just happened. It's impossible to put into words how supernatural that felt. I've never experienced anything in my life remotely close to that ethereal atmosphere. Don't try to explain. I know exactly how you feel. I felt that twice before. She laughed out loud at my naive remark. There's no way that you've ever experienced anywhere near the joy as I did tonight, sweetie, she reproved. I beg to differ, my love. I promise you that my joy equaled or surpassed yours when I married you and when the children were born. You sweet, sweet man. Obviously, you don't understand. You could never understand unless it happened to you the way it did to me tonight. Only then would you see things differently. I see. Good for you. Well, I have a lot to do tomorrow, and I need my sleep, I said curtly. Okay, I understand. Let me talk to the kids for a few minutes and share my joy with them. Ainsley, it's the middle of the night. I'm not going to wake the kids and interrupt their night's sleep. If you have the time, perhaps you can call and talk to them at a decent hour. They're my kids too. Don't forget, and I want to talk to them now. she asserted. My battery's about to die. I need to put it on the charger. Call back tomorrow when it's not the middle of the night, please. Good night, Ainsley. We love you. And I ended the call. Needless to say, I was disturbed by what she'd said. She had dismissed our wedding and birth of the triplets as mere mundane events, unworthy of comparison to her first concert performance with Dragon's Breath. I never made it back to sleep. Was she already slipping away from us? I sure hope not. I could sense how thrilled she was. Saturday morning, I went online to look up any press reports on the group's first tour outing. I found a press conference report they did before the show where they introduced Ainsley as a new energetic partner filling in for Sandy Stilton. All four of the core group members were dressed alike in their performance costumes. I was very surprised as I downloaded and enlarged the images of Ainsley to get a better look. Her costume consisted of a very thin, almost transparent white fabric top, basically an elaborate bra with several rows of gold sequins sewn in circles surrounding and accenting her obvious protruding nipples, showing off an impressive amount of cleavage. She had on black fingerless gloves that went up nearly to her elbow with more gold sequins sewn on in a spiral pattern. The bottom of her outfit seemed to be comprised of a very thin, shiny black patent fabric thong that was cut at a sharp upward angle. The fabric was so thin I could easily make out her camel toe. There's no way she could wear that revealing bottom without first completely shaving her crotch. That was a shocking surprise for me. She also wore black, see-through fishnet stockings connected to garters attached to the top band of her thong. Her shoes were women's sexy, black, peep-toe, sandal-style, wraparound strapping, platform, high-heel, stiletto shoes custom designed for them by Louboutin, according to the press release. They were so tall, I was surprised she could walk in them. In all our years of marriage, she had never worn anything so revealing for me in the bedroom, and here she was nearly naked and exposed to the world for all to see. The press reports on the Friday night concert were glowing, with one journalist referring to the group as Dragon's Breasts, making a play on the skimpy tops the girls were performing in. It bothered me even more that Ainsley's breasts were the largest of the group, and that they were on full display. She called me at 7:30 p.m. our time Saturday evening. Hi, honey, you have no idea how exciting it's been here. We'll be getting ready for dinner soon before dressing for the concert tonight. Exciting for who? You? Or every red-blooded male within a mile of you? What are you talking about, silly? I'm talking about you prancing all around nearly naked in front of any male who wants to see you but me. You're talking crazy, Scylla. Am I? What about your barely there outfit that you perform in? Or do you call that mini-thong modest? She got her dander up, stop acting like a fool. That costume is worn by all the girls, not just me. I didn't pick it out. You know how it is. All rock bands have their attention-grabbing costumes, and this is theirs. Besides, I don't have a choice in the matter. It's in the contract. Didn't you think for a moment that I might have been interested in knowing that your tits would be on display, and that thong requires that you shave your pussy so you don't show any hair? How did you? I didn't know. That's my point. You kept it all secret from me until it was too late. You've never worn anything like that for me in a bedroom, yet there you are strutting your stuff on stage like a slut. For your information, Siler, the name of the new double album is called Salacious. It's all part of the mystique. There's nothing mysterious or secretive about the outfit you perform in. You're showing off everything you've got to anyone with the price of a ticket. What did you expect? This is show business. I'm in the business of entertaining. That's what all of this is about. That's how I make the big bucks now and pay our bills. I'll make more in 6 months than you will in 10 years. And there it is. For your information, you aren't paying a cent towards our bills. I'm paying every dime out of my own income, completely separate from yours. That's not true. In case you've forgotten, $100,000 of what's in our account came from me. You might believe that, but it's simply untrue. We no longer have a joint bank account. You have an account that all of your earnings are being deposited into. My name has been removed from that account. I no longer have access to it. I opened a new account in my name alone, which you have no access to, and I'm paying all of the bills for the kids and me from that account. Every penny of your precious 100 grand is still sitting in your account untouched, and I can't use any of it to pay bills. Why on earth would you do something so dumb? That doesn't make any sense. Well, before you embarked on your new life leaving your family behind, you made several unilateral decisions without mentioning a word of it to me. You talked it over with extended family members, but not a peep to those closest to you. Well, that's exactly what I did. Whenever you return from your adventure, if you return, all of your 600 grand will be in your account untouched. Maybe you can buy yourself some fancy new things for yourself. No, that's not how this works. I earn the money now, and I call the shots. You're going to use that money to support our family, and that's all there is to it. I don't know what's got into you, Ainsley. It's too late. That money is unavailable to your family, and we'll get along just fine without it. How? You don't earn enough to pay all of our bills without my money. If you bothered to sit down with me before you left to talk these matters through, I might have explained it to you. But you weren't interested then, so why should I explain it to you now? Don't worry about us. We'll do just fine without you and your money. I'm going to hand the phone to one of the kids now, so you can talk to them. Hang on just a sec. I located Bryce so he and the girls could talk with their mother. After they were done, Darla came to me and handed me the phone. Here, Dad and Mom wants to talk to you. Thank you, sweetheart. I pressed the button to mute the phone and pretended to talk to her nicely and walked to my room and left the phone sitting on my dresser still muted. I knew she'd eventually terminate the call from her end, probably thinking that Darla had inadvertently ended the call. I turned my ringer off in case she called back. I didn't feel like being talked down to as she had done. She's having way too much fun anyway than to worry about what's going on back here in North Carolina. Over the next week, every time she called, I simply handed the phone to one of the children and ended the call when it was handed back to me. The following week when I did that, Emily disappointedly handed the phone back to me immediately, saying Mom said she doesn't want to talk to us right now. She wants to talk to you. I ended the call and turned off the ringer. Well, now, if she doesn't want to talk to you guys, then I don't want to talk to her either. I'm sorry she said that to you, Emily. I'm sure your mom's just caught up in all the excitement of her new career. Wanting to stay ahead of the curve, I decided to employ some money-saving measures to ensure that I wouldn't run out of money before Ainsley returned. First off, I canceled her car insurance. Also, since she's not driving her car, there will be no money needed for her gas. We stopped eating out. I now cook and prepare meals for the kids, trying to add 1 or 2 new dishes to my repertoire each week. I make my lunch at home and take it with me to work. I also canceled our cable services except for the internet. We can still use our Roku to stream free channels. Steve Edwards, who lives nearby, works at Brady Insurance Group, the same as me. I offered to pay for half of his gas if he would let me carpool with him for work. I gave him a little extra money for the gas to stop by the school every day. Now I was supporting my family from my income alone, and I was very pleased about that. If push ever came to shove, I could do this indefinitely. The next time she called, I decided to see if she had changed for the better or changed for the worse. I'm sorry, sweetheart. I've acted like a prima donna to you. This experience has been very stressful for me. I'm stepping into some mighty big shoes, following Sandy Stilton. I know the job is hers and I'm just filling in temporarily, so I work as hard as I possibly can to do everything I can so that people will remember me when I'm no longer in the limelight and it's taking its toll on my emotions. I apologize, sweetheart. I love you, and I don't want us to fight. I need to support you just as you're supporting me right now. Do you really mean that, Ainsley? You're not just blowing smoke? Of course, I'm sincere. I just forgot for a moment that you and the kids are my world, and this, as amazing as it is just an illusion. Apology accepted. There's one thing I wish you'd reconsider, however. Use the money they're paying me. You could even quit your job and live a life of luxury on what I earn now. Wouldn't it be great to be rid of your ogre boss, Diane Prentice? Actually, She no longer bothers me. I find her antics humorous and no longer give her free rent in my head. I couldn't use that money anyway, remember? My name is not on the account. Honey, I could withdraw it and deposit it into your new account. I just need the account number, and I'll take care of that today. Ainsley, you need to prove to the world that you have what it takes to be a star. As for me, I need to prove to myself that I can take care of my family without a rock star's wealth. You do you, and I'll do me. I don't like it one bit. Then come home and do something about it. You know, I can't do that. It's in the contract, remember? If I leave before the world tour is over, I'll forfeit 90% of my total earnings. That can't be the reason you don't come home. I've already proven that our family can get along just fine without a penny from you. You know how much I've always wanted this. Can't you just be happy for me? Of course I can. Can't you just be sad for me? I'm sorry that my following my dream puts you out. If you just use the money I provide, you wouldn't even miss me. If you truly believe that, then I guess that's that. Let me get one of the kids for you. I love you, sweetheart. I miss my wife and our children miss their mother, even if you were a billionaire. We were at an impasse. I never challenged her again, and as a result, all of our subsequent conversations were conspicuously one-sided as she raved endlessly about her newfound fame and glory. The kids and I patiently listened to her incessant self-aggrandizing soliloquies. Though we remained legally bonded, there was an ineffable disconnect. I grew closer to the kids every day. Their homework was completed most days during the after-school care, but I made a point to check their work and help them finish loose ends. All of them participated in the school chorus, and I was proud of them adding their voices to something they enjoyed. There was a week remaining of the first 3 months of the Dragon's Breath World Tour, at least the portion taking place here in the USA. One more week, and they would move then the tour to Europe and Asia. Drawing near to the end, they were performing at the Bojangles Coliseum in Charlotte, North Carolina, our home state. Since Charlotte was only 90 minutes away, the kids and I thought it would be great to surprise her by traveling to see her perform on one of the last stops of the U.S. portion of the tour. Though they were super excited, they never let it slip in conversation to her that we'd be there on Sunday night, the last of their 3-night performances that weekend. We made the drive, and I used the special pass that their manager, Cora Broadwell, had provided us just for this purpose. We were directed to a special reserved seating area where others with passes similar to ours could view the performance. I had purchased the kids' souvenir items that were available in the lobby. They were more excited than I had ever seen them before. As we watched the performance, we were all shocked. They had seen pictures online of their mother dressed provocatively, but seeing her in person performing their salacious choreography was unsettling, both to me as her husband and to the children, embarrassed to see their mother parading around on the stage half-naked and rubbing her breasts and grinding her crotch on the bodies of hot stud male dancers employed for the tour. On top of that, the sexually explicit foul language lyrics were unsettling as well. I guess that's what passes for music and entertainment these days. Ainsley's performance had a disquieting effect on her family. We were among the very few who weren't jumping up and down singing the lyrics along with the group to every song. That notwithstanding, all of us were extremely looking forward to going backstage and meeting face-to-face with her for the first time in over 3 months, when counting her 2-week rehearsals prior to the tour. The girls relayed their urgent need for a restroom, so we all made our way to them before heading to the backstage area. When we arrived at the gated area, the last of the special pass people who were seated near us were permitted to go on back. As I presented my pass to the attendant, he looked at us suspiciously. I've been on this tour from the very beginning, and I don't recall seeing any of you before tonight. Give me a minute, please, to check this out. He made a call to someone and read out some numbers off of our pass. I'm sorry, sir, as I suspected, this pass has expired. It was only valid for the first 30 days of the tour. Where did you get this? Did you pick it up off the floor when someone else threw it away? That pass was given to me by Cora Broadwell, the group's manager, who said it would get us in anywhere, anytime. My wife, Ainsley Osborne, is one of the Dragon's Breath main singers, and these are her children. They're anxious to see their mother after being on the road for so long. Uh-huh. Sure, buddy. And the Queen of England is my sister-in-law. But it's true, Bryce asserted. She's our mother. Yeah, kid. Nice try, he dismissed. Look, I read his name tag, Mr. Langdon Ammon. Believe it or not, Ainsley Osborne is my wife. Here's my driver's license showing the same name. If you would please call her and verify. I'm 100% certain that she wants to see her family. Look, mister, if I had $1 for every fake ID I've seen, I'd be a millionaire by now. I don't care who you say you are. Your pass is expired, and there's no way in hell you're getting past me. If Ms. Osborne truly was your wife, don't you think she would have made arrangements for you to get backstage with valid passes? Frustrated, I made my fourth unanswered call to Ainsley's phone. She must be very busy. I made one last appeal to Langdon. You have an unusual name, Mr. Ammon, one I won't soon forget. Just you remember my name, Scylla Osborne. When Ainsley gets wind of how you rejected her family without so much as a phone call to her, I promise you, she will not be kind with her response. Okay, buddy, that's it. I don't take kindly to threats. He got on the radio, and before we knew it, 3 security guards surrounded us. These frauds don't have a valid pass, and they just threatened me for not allowing them backstage. Escort them out of the building and off the premises, please. And as far as I'm concerned, you don't have to be nice about it. This way, sir, the biggest man of the 3 made it clear that we had worn out our welcome. I was sad for the kids not being able to see their mother after building up so much hope after so long being apart. They had witnessed a side of their mother on stage that was very unbecoming of the mother they knew, and they weren't even permitted to see her. They had a lot weighing on their minds, resulting in a silent drive back home. As we walked in the door, all 3 of them tossed their souvenirs in the trash. Of course, we didn't receive a call from her until Monday evening as her entourage was on the road headed to Washington, D.C. for their Wednesday night performance. When she called, I handed the phone to the closest one, who happened to be Darla. Their mother talked for nearly 15 minutes apiece to all 3 before the phone was handed back to me. Why the hell didn't you tell me that you were coming to see me perform Sunday night? I'd have been out there looking for you. I've never been more pissed in all my life, she spat. Please explain exactly what it was that we did wrong. The kids wanted to surprise their mother. Should I have told them no, that their mother doesn't want to be surprised upon seeing them? I used the pass that you gave me. They accepted it and let us into the arena to see the concert, but we were told it was invalid for backstage access. I called your phone 4 times and you never answered. We were kicked out of the building and forced to leave for God's sake. I was told that the pass you provided me was valid anywhere, anytime. Again, what did we do wrong? Damn it. I'm not mad at you, Scylla. I'm just royally pissed that I missed a chance to see my family. We'll be overseas in about another week, and there's no way that you'd be able to catch up with us there. I hate this. What was the guy's name who refused to call me to check? Langdon Ammon. I know who he is. He's one of the regular security personnel on tour with us. He's history. I swear that man's history. If Cora doesn't fire him, then I'll quit the tour, damn the money. I had not seen my wife this fired up in quite some time. You can get him fired if it will make you feel better. The bottom line is that we missed the chance of seeing you Sunday night, and you'll be across the pond for the next 3 months. But if you're looking for a scapegoat, wasn't it Cora who told us that the pass was valid anytime, anywhere? Langdon was just doing his job. And secondly, your husband called you 4 times that night while your children were anxiously huddled to see you. Why didn't you answer the phone? Where does the blame truly belong, Ainsley? And speaking of blame, when you got me on the phone, didn't you lay the blame at my feet for not informing in advance you of a surprise visit by your family? I'm sorry, Scylla. She was crying. I've wanted so badly to see my family, and this happens? Let me look into this and get back to you. I love you, Scylla, more than you know. Love you too, honey. 3 days later, when we arrived home, there was a FedEx overnight cardboard envelope package waiting on our doorstep. After the kids and I entered the house, I opened it to see what it was. Inside were 4 prepaid first-class airline tickets from the Greensboro, North Carolina airport to the JFK airport in New York, dated for this upcoming Friday afternoon. There was no note or any other instructions included. I figured that Ainsley wanted to make up for us not being able to see her in Charlotte and was hoping to fly us all up to their final performance that Friday night before they left for the overseas portion of their world tour. I decided not to say anything to the kids about it until after I had a chance to talk to Ainsley. She called right at 8 p.m. Honey, did you get the tickets that were overnight to you? Tell me you got them or some heads are going to roll. Yes, they arrived. What's this all about? What do you mean? Isn't it obvious? They're for you and the kids to come see our final stateside show in New York. By the way, Langdon Ammon is gone. Cora can his ass. He should have at least called me and asked if your claim was legitimate before having my family ejected from the arena. The tickets are her way of apologizing for her error on your pass having expired. Cora paid for the tickets? That's right, sweetie. She felt horrible about what happened, so she is trying to make it up to you guys. She also sent you a new pass in the same shipment, which she swears on her life is good through the last day of the tour. Anywhere in the world. Though after Friday, I doubt it'll be of much use to you given that you refused to use my earnings to fly to Europe to see me perform over there. Can she get her money back? Why on earth would you ask such a question? Don't you want to come see me perform? Haven't you been asking the kids what's going on in their lives when you talk to them? Of course I have. They tell me about their day at school, and I tell them about my life on the road. Were you insinuating, Scylla? Their official school year ended on June 8th. Don't you think it is kind of strange that they will be talking to you about school after they graduated their school year? Did you think to congratulate them on graduating with great grades? Do you even know what kind of grades they made? I know I haven't been able to be there for them every day as you have, and I envy you that. But that is no excuse for you to imply that I'm not a good mother. But now that I think about it, why do they talk about school if they're out for the summer? Because, my dear, they're signed up for summer school because you're not here to look after them all summer. I had to do something, so that is what I did. It will give them a leg up for next year. My poor babies. You put them in summer school? Why didn't you call my mother or yours to watch them over the summer? They would have been happy to, she said heatedly. Are you kidding me? Do you have Alzheimer's or something? Your mother has a full-time job working at their studio. She can't just stop working for 3 months to provide free babysitting service. And my mother. You know good and well that she works a part-time job to help them make ends meet. I couldn't ask either of them to give up their jobs just because you aren't here, so I signed them up for school. You controlling bastard. You're just trying to make me feel bad because I have a better and higher-paying job than you will ever have. Your stupid jealousy is intolerable, Scylla. You need to get over yourself and get with the program. Take my earnings and hire a sitter for the summer, but don't let our children miss their summer of freedom. Besides, what's that got to do with this Friday? They can still fly up to New York and see us perform. They've already seen you perform, Ainsley, and they were shocked by what they saw. I'm not so sure that they want to see their mother perform like that again. So, the show is a little risque. Scandalous is the name of the double album, and the show caters to the album to help sell it. Risque is right. They saw their mother dressed like a slut, gyrating her ass all over the stage, grinding her crotch on the leg of some young stud who is not their father, and kissing him like you were in love with him. I admit that it's a little bit forward when I think about the kids seeing me do all that. But surely they understand that it's just show business. It doesn't mean anything. I don't have a choice, you know that. It's in the contract. Yeah, right. I had to explain to Bryce and the girls what a MILF was. Can you believe that? Why would you do that? Did you call me a MILF to them? Always thinking the best of me, aren't you? No, I haven't. But many other kids they go to school with have. Your reputation is well known among their fellow students, and you wouldn't believe the things they've said about you. Bryce has been in more than one fight to defend his mother's honor. I had no idea. He never mentioned that to me. How does a son tell his mother that all of his friends want to screw his hot mother? She was stunned for a moment. That nonsense aside, what's that got to do with this Friday? They can still fly up to New York and see us perform. This Friday, the school is hosting a talent show, and all three of them are signed up to sing for it. They've been excitedly looking forward to it and have been practicing like crazy. Your BFF, Heather, even came over a few evenings and worked with them to give them some pointers to improve their performance. I will be taking them to that talent show Friday night, so ask Cora to cancel her airline reservations and get her money back. Are you kidding me? You're going to blow off an adventure to fly to New York to see us perform and get treated like royalty backstage and at the after party? Are you suggesting that watching three adolescent kids sing is more important than seeing me sing? That's right. There's three of them and only one of you. They want to take part in this talent show, and I want to see their first ever public singing performance. It's a shame that you're going to miss it. I'll be sure to tell them that you'll be with them in spirit. You should be proud of them taking after you and wanting to sing. I would never want to discourage them. After all, aren't they simply following their dream just like you? She caught the barb. After our conversation, she talked to each one of the kids for only a minute or two and hung up. I think she was afraid of being asked if she was a MILF. Thus ended the American aspect of their world tour. They will be spending 3 months overseas now. I hope that following her dream was everything she hoped it would be. Her family didn't seem to be too thrilled about it, especially me. 3 weeks later, I received an unexpected call. Hello? Is this Scylla Osborne? Yes, it is. How may I help you? Actually, I believe we can help each other, Scylla. My name is Sandy Stilton, the injured member of Dragon's Breath that your wife is helping out on the tour in my absence. Oh, hello, Sandy. I met Lena, Sheila, Fanny, and Cora before. How have you managed since your terrible accident? That is so kind of you to ask, Scylla. Actually, I'm doing quite well considering. All of the cast have come off and pins and braces are removed, but I'm still undergoing physical therapy 4 days per week to regain my strength and stability. I've been told that I should be in good shape within another 4 to 6 weeks. I'm so glad to hear that, Sandy. And just how is it that you think we can help each other? Well, as you know, your wife has been doing an outstanding job filling in for me. If it hadn't been for her, the tour would likely have been canceled and our new album would have been a flop. She has single-handedly saved the group's ass and I, for one, immensely appreciate it. I'm glad you think so. She loves performing as she's been doing. She's living her lifelong dream. That may be, but without her, Dragon's Breath might be on life support by now, and the group owes you and Ainsley a serious debt of gratitude. Me? How so? Well, you've been shouldering the responsibilities of your family on your own since she went on tour, and I'm sure it has taken a toll on your family and possibly your marriage. I know what I'm talking about. I'm on my 3rd marriage myself, she informed. I'm sorry to hear that, Sandy. Just what is it that you have in mind? Cora told me about what happened to your family after the Charlotte concert, and how you stood by your kids' talent show rather than fly to New York to see her perform there. That's a stand-up guy and a terrific father, if you ask me. I feel bad in a way that my accident has indirectly fostered stress and anxiety in your relationship with Ainsley. Don't tell me it hasn't. I know all too well how being away from family for so long can take its toll. To that end, I want to help you two out in a small way, if you'll allow me to. That's very kind of you to say, Sandy. I must say, you seem to be the nicest one I've talked to in the group. I appreciate what you're saying, but I don't know what you think you can do. You're in California. I'm in North Carolina, and Ainsley's in Europe right now. Thanks for the compliment, Scylla, and you being such a nice guy makes it all the more rewarding for me to want to do something nice for a great couple like you and Ainsley. What do you have in mind, Sandy? A little birdie told me that you two have a wedding anniversary coming up in just a week or so. Is that correct? Yes, it is 8 days from today, as a matter of fact. That's what my little birdie told me. Let's see, that falls on a Friday, and on that Friday, they'll be performing in Venice, Italy. I haven't checked their performance calendar lately, but that sounds about right. I've heard also that you've refused to use your wife's earnings for your family since she left. I don't see how my personal matters are any business of yours, Sandy. Please accept my sincere apologies, Scylla. I mean no harm or offense. I reference that only to say how much I admire you as a man who stands on his own 2 feet to shoulder his family responsibilities. The world could use a lot more men just like you, Scylla, and I'm not just saying that to flatter you. I'm quite serious, she added. Well, I do take my responsibilities seriously, Sandy, and I thank you for saying that. You're so welcome, after everything your wife's done for me and our group. I'm so very appreciative and simply want to show a little gratitude. What I'd like to do is make all the arrangements to secretly put you two guys together for your wedding anniversary night. Here's what I propose. The Dragon's Breath private jet is not being used right now while they're on tour. They're continuing to use buses over there as well. I'll have our pilot bring our jet to you at the Greensboro airport. Go to the special gates desk where I'll have your gate pass waiting on you to get you on board. Be sure to have your passport with you. You'll be flown non-stop directly to the Venice Marco Polo Airport. Beautiful bouquet of flowers will be on the plane. After going through customs, I've arranged for a limo to take you directly to the hotel where the group members are staying. Their concert will be over at 10 p.m. They'll be back in their hotel rooms by 11 p.m. Your limo driver will deliver you to the hotel precisely at 11:30 p.m., where you will surprise your wife with the flowers and share an intimate wedding anniversary night of connubial bliss. It's the very least I can do after all she's done to help us. That actually sound amazing. Just the thing Ainsley and I need. I don't know what to say. Say yes, silly. That's all you need to say, she chuckled. You can simply stay the night or several nights with her on the road and return stateside anytime you wish. It's an open-ended proposition. You'll not be rushed in any way. This is so very kind of you to do. I can let the kids stay with their grandparents while I'm gone. I'm sure they'll jump at the chance to help, knowing it will put Ainsley and me together for our anniversary. Fantastic. You have a wonderful, supportive family there. But remember, Mum's the word. You mustn't say anything to them that might get word to your wife and spoil the surprise. I only ask one thing in return, and I hope you'll accommodate my request. For such a wonderful gift as you're offering, Sandy, I don't see how I could say no to anything you ask. You're sweet. The only thing I ask is for you to let me be a part of this surprise. I can't tell you how excited I've been at the thought of being a part of something like this. I want to see the surprise on her face as you hand her the flowers and wish her a happy anniversary. That will be my only reward as I'm stuck here recuperating. If you'll FaceTime me right as you walk into her room so I can be there with you too for your special moment, then you can hang up the phone afterward and I won't expect to hear from you again until you're ready for me to arrange your return trip home. I can do that, Sandy. I'm sure she will want to thank you as well for making this possible. Let's do this. And so it was that I found myself on a private jet landing in Venice, the city of love. I was imagining the gondola rides Ainsley and I might take together to rekindle our romance. This trip would be just the shot in the arm our marriage needs. There was a box of 24 red roses with baby's breath accent on the plane, ready for me to take to her. The limo driver held a big card with my name and drove me straight to the hotel just as Sandy had directed. He walked with me up to the penthouse suite where the group was staying just in case I needed an interpreter before getting inside the room since I don't speak Italian. He said something in Italian to the man stationed outside their hotel suite who I assumed was local hotel security. He looked at the pass that had been supplied to me, nodded his head, and gave a secret knock on the door which opened within 30 seconds. I anxiously shook the limo driver's hand and thanked him for sticking with me. Another security guy on the inside greeted me. "Hello, sir, may I see your pass?" "Certainly," I retorted as I stood there holding the large bouquet of flowers. He looked it over. "And who are you again?" he queried. "I'm Scylla Osborne. Ainsley Osborne is my wife. I'll handle him, Robert," a woman offered. "Yes, ma'am." I checked his pass. "It's valid. It's autographed by all four of you," the man authoritatively stated. "I remember meeting you before, Ms. Compton," I interjected. "Please call me Fanny Scylla. I've been expecting you." Sandy promised to deliver you here to surprise Ainsley on your wedding anniversary. I swear, she knows nothing about it. I noticed over 20 people in the large open area of the suite where the rich and famous could hobnob with group members and dancers who performed on stage during their act. Some were kissing and making out, others were drinking and chatting, while still others were snorting. Yes, I could see 2 people who were snorting some kind of whitish powder into their noses. Seeing that displeased me greatly. I was glad to see that Ainsley wasn't out here being a part of this scene. She may already be asleep for the night in her room. I hoped to surprise her and change her plans as I entertained her for the night. Those are beautiful flowers, Scylla. Ainsley is going to love them, especially since you brought and delivered them personally. This suite has several bedrooms associated with it. Ainsley always takes room number 3, no matter where we go. She says the triplets burn the number 3 into her mind so she can never forget it. I think that's so cute. We just love her for everything she's done to rejuvenate Dragon's Breath. She's a born natural, if ever there was one. But enough chit-chat. I secreted the spare key to room number 3 when we checked in, anticipating your arrival. I think Sandy had a great idea to set this up. It's just around the corner down the hall here. She directed me to Ainsley's room. I suddenly remembered Sandy's one request and dialed the FaceTime connection to her direct private phone. In very hushed tones, Fanny greeted her recuperating partner and wished her a speedy recovery from the accident. With my phone's camera forward-facing, Fanny silently unlocked the door for me so as not to spoil my surprise, left it ajar, and tiptoed away. I appreciated that she wasn't horning in on this special moment. My heart was nearly beating out of my chest as I used my elbow to furtively open the door before sneaking inside. Respectfully, Sandy wasn't making a sound over our FaceTime connection, so as not to spoil Ainsley's surprise. As I entered the dimly lit space, one of my hands held my forward-facing phone, and the other held the flowers. I loudly yelled, "Happy anniversary, Aita. It looks like you're celebrating our wedding anniversary without me. You might want to put these in water." I then harshly threw the flowers across the room at the 4 lowlifes engaged in the scene of wantonness. The flowers separated and landed indiscriminately on them. For heads instantly swiveled my way as Ainsley screamed out in recognition of my unanticipated presence. I ended the FaceTime call with Sandy, shoved the phone in my pocket, and stormed out of the room. I was making a beeline for the exit to get away from the scene of betrayal when Lena scrambled naked to the hallway and screamed out the word phone. The indoor security man quickly approached me, likely since I was the unknown headed for the door. "I'm sorry, sir, you'll have to leave your phone with us." "Yes, he's the one," Lena affirmed, pointing at me as she stood there uncaring in her birthday suit. "I saw him recording me without my permission. There's no telling who he may try to sell that footage to. The last thing we need is another tabloid scandal." Ainsley suddenly appeared with a sheet wrapped around her unclothed body, still in shock by my appearance tonight. "Don't let him leave until I've had a chance to talk to him," she commanded. The burly man grabbed my arm to prevent my escape. I handed him my phone. "Here, check my phone all you want. I have recorded nothing. There are no video clips nor pictures of any members of this group, nothing but my family pics. But if you illegally try to prevent me from leaving, I will sue you for kidnapping and false imprisonment and destroy this group with the most negative publicity you can imagine." He quickly released my arm and accepted my phone. "How did you come to be here tonight, honey?" Ainsley timidly inquired. "I see that, in case you forgot, today is our wedding anniversary. I wanted to surprise you with flowers and reconnect with you after so much time apart. Instead, you surprised the hell out of me. Let me guess, fucking 2 men other than your husband on our wedding anniversary is in the contract, right, Ainsley?" She looked at the floor as I looked the security man in the eye. "Keep the damn phone. Since I won't have it, she won't be able to call me or talk to her 3 children, and that suits me just fine. As a matter of fact, you can keep my damn slut whore soon-to-be ex-wife too. Don't bother to return her to Greensboro ever. Keep her away from me. All of you can just go to hell." Ainsley screamed out sobs of agony at my uninhibited vitriol. She had never heard me speak in such a manner before. I left the stunned room of spectators who had no idea about what they had just witnessed. The only one unhappy about me leaving was Ainsley. I was startled to find the limo driver loitering in the hall in conversation with the door guard. "Is there a problem, sir?" "Yes, I want to get back on that plane and return home as soon as possible." "Can you make that happen?" "I can try, sir." "Come with me back to the limo. I'll make a call on our way to the airport." "I'm sorry if things didn't turn out as you had planned." I nodded in acknowledgement. I heard him speaking to someone as we made our way to the airport. "I just got off the phone with Sandy Stilton. She couldn't call you because your phone was confiscated, but she wants you to know that you have her deepest sympathy. She saw what you saw and understands your desire to return home ASAP. She's contacting the pilot now and promises that the jet will be refueled and ready to go by the time we arrive. A different pilot will be handling the return flight because of the rest requirements of pilots after long flights. I'll provide a map directing you to the correct gate for your departure. You'll have to go through customs upon arrival. I'm sure that will be no problem." "Good luck to you, sir," he obsequiously added. I slept the entire return flight home after crying myself to sleep. This was the worst day of my life. It was about to get even worse. I sailed through customs with nothing to declare. As soon as I exited the airport, a man holding a picture, searching the crowd, approached me. "Mr. Osborne? Scylla Osborne?" "Yes, that's me. How can I help you?" "You've been served, sir. My name is Andrew Kennedy, and I represent the entity known as Dragon's Breath. It has come to the attention of our law firm that you sneaked into a private room where my clients were relaxing and may have misinterpreted what you think you saw. I don't care who you are. You can't just go indiscriminately barging into other people's private hotel rooms without their prior permission, even if one of the occupants happens to be your wife. Not only that, but you slandered my client in front of eyewitnesses." "You've got to be kidding me," I stated incredulously. "How did I do that?" "Witnesses at the scene are quoted as hearing you defame one of the group members and openly calling her a whore in a public setting. That is slander and defamation, sir, and you will be prosecuted for it. Also, there is a gag order in this envelope as well, signed by a local judge, inhibiting you from saying anything about any of the members of the group Dragon's Breath until such time this case has been legally resolved. If you try to bring negative publicity toward the group while they are on tour and say anything whatsoever about any of the members, including your wife, you will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Do you understand what I've just explained to you, sir?" I shockingly nodded my understanding. "Fine," he continued. "I've recorded our encounter to ensure that you cannot later deny having been duly informed of the circumstances and the legal implications. I shouldn't have been surprised at the speed with which they were dealing with my sudden knowledge. I have been told that knowledge is power. Why did I suddenly feel so powerless now? When I arrived home, I showered, changed clothes, and partook of a filling meal. Then I made my way to pick up the kids. We had a joyous reunion, and they wanted details about my meeting with their mother. I told them that she had not been feeling well and needed more time to recuperate, so I made the return trip home to be back with them, and we held a long, loving group hug. Mom asked me for details, but I explained privately that I had been served with a gag order and couldn't share any information until the case against me had been decided. She couldn't figure out how I could have encountered any legal trouble during such a brief visit. It was frustrating for us both. Shortly after returning home, there was a knock at the door. It was a delivery from Circuit City, no charge to me. I signed the delivery receipt and brought the package inside. It was a brand new Apple iPhone, the latest and greatest model. It was already fully charged and ready to go. What puzzled me was that all of my contact numbers from my old phone were in the new one. 10 minutes later, I received a call to my new number that no one knew. "Hello, Scylla. I see you received my token present. I just received a notification text that it was delivered." Sandy. "Yes, I did, but what prompted you to send this to me?" They kept your phone to check for pics or video. Since your trip was my suggestion, the least I could do is replace it. But how did you manage to get my contact list on it? My IT person handled that little detail. Don't ask me how he managed it. How are you holding up? As you can imagine, I'm not doing very well given the circumstances. But I have to be strong for the kids. I'm proud of you for not going out and getting blind drunk like most others would do. Instead, you're showing unusual strength and devotion to your family, and I highly respect that. Also, I'm aware that they served you with a spurious lawsuit just to silence you. I can do some things to help you, but I'm afraid I can't make that go away, at least not right now. However, if you'll let me, I promise to see you through their sham of a lawsuit and help you come out on top when it's all said and done. But how can you help me with that? They think I recorded or took pictures of what I saw in a room that night, but I didn't take a single pic. It'll be my word against theirs, and they outnumber me. Don't forget, Scylla, you have a secret weapon. You do? Huh. And what is that? Me, Sandy informed. How so? Well, for one thing, when you have time later on, search for a video clip on the phone you have in your hand. There is a recording of about 90 seconds of the intimacy that you witnessed taking place in your wife's room. It is no longer your word against theirs. You have evidence, but don't let them know you have it until you get your day in court, which I'm sure will be after the end of the tour. I just wanted to put your mind at ease right away about that part of it. How in the world did you record that? Again, my IT person did that for me. He's very good. I think he recorded the FaceTime call in the cloud or something like that. She then went on to explain several other aspects of what was going on. As a cost-conscious move, I canceled the service for my old phone that had been commandeered in Venice. I could easily restore service at any time in the future should I desire to do so. Fortunately, Ainsley wasn't privy to the existence of my new phone or its number. Sandy had added it to her phone plan, and there was no record of it associated with my name. In the absence of my old phone, which had yet to be returned to me, Ainsley was unable to contact me or the children. When the kids asked me why their mother had stopped calling, I told them the truth, that the group had confiscated my phone in Venice to ensure that I didn't have any unapproved pictures of the group members on it. I truthfully told their security staff that I didn't, but since I no longer have my phone, your mother cannot call me. We don't have a landline, and the kids weren't yet aware of my new phone. A week of peace and quiet passed until one evening I heard a knock at the door. The kids were upstairs in their rooms, so when I walked to the front door to check, I was met with an unexpected sight. 3 people were standing on my front porch, Ainsley, Lena, and the security guard I'd encountered in Venice. What are you doing here? I asked in surprise. I live here, my wife flatly stated. Not for the past 4.5 months, you haven't. We don't have a lot of time to set things straight, Scylla. We slept on the plane as we flew here. We can only spend tonight here, where I'm hoping you will reclaim me as your wife. Then we must return tomorrow and fly back just in time for our next performance. We both came to talk to you, Scylla. There are some things that urgently need to be cleared up. Like what? To start with, here's your phone. We verified that there were no videos or pictures taken by you in Venice that night. We're returning it with our apologies. Had I known, I could have saved you the trip. Since I didn't trust it in your hands, I canceled the service, but you probably already know that. So why are you really here? Lena chimed in, since you walked out on her in Venice. Ainsley has refused to be housed with the rest of the group to avoid any impropriety, she says. She doesn't associate with us the way she did before you unexpectedly showed up, nor does she dance and perform on stage as evocative as she once did. We need you to talk to her and convince her to return to her old self before you damage her self-esteem. No matter what you think you saw that night, there was no call for you to disrespect us the way you did that night in Venice. You ran away like a little boy, rather than stand your ground and discuss issues like a man. You accuse me of disrespecting you? That's rich. I witnessed my wife utterly betraying her wedding vows, and that's perfectly okay in your eyes. Yet when I refused to stick around and watch her have sex with, not 1, but 2 other men at the same time on our wedding anniversary, you say that I disrespected her? You're both a pair of lunatic sluts in my eyes, and I don't give a damn whether you think what I did was disrespectful or not. Hey, buddy, I won't stand for that kind of talk about these girls. You better apologize, and you better do it fast if you know what's good for you, the security guard blasted. Ainsley appeared meek, but Lena smirked, and that set me off. You dare come into my home and try to tell me what I can and cannot say. You're not welcome here, sir. Get out. I demanded. He's not going anywhere, Ainsley boasted. This place is just as much mine as it is yours, and he's here at my invitation. We brought him with us for protection in case you became unruly. He's here to protect you from me? Since he stays ago. That's the perfect solution for your ultimate protection. I turned on my heels and marched to the kitchen, where I calmly removed my keys from the holder on the wall. Then I headed out the kitchen door to the garage. Sensing my imminent exodus once again, Lena commanded, "Stop him." The guard rushed and reached me before I could open my car door. He grabbed me by the arm to prevent me from leaving as the girls hurried to me to forestall my getaway. "I'm sorry, sir, but I can't let you leave," he proclaimed. "If you don't release me right now, there's going to be a fight that will be impossible for you to win," I raged. "When I say fight, I mean fight to the death. One of us will die right here, right now. And the way I feel about my soon-to-be ex-wife, I don't give a fuck which one of us it is. If I go to prison for your death, it will keep me away from her for years. Are you willing to spend the rest of your life in prison for murdering me? It's life and death decision time, big man. What's it going to be?" He saw a darkness in my eyes that would never back down, came to his senses, and released me. Upon witnessing my defiance, Ainsley blurted, "But what about the kids? Are you just going to leave them here? They're upstairs in their rooms. You're their mother. Are they unsafe with you? If you simply can't bring yourself to stay with them tonight, then call my mom. She'll be happy to get them while you two go out bar hopping and fuck anyone you wish but me." She began wailing at my invectives while Lena angrily shot me the rod. I left in my car, used my new phone, and called Brett, my best friend, who gladly put me up for the night without questioning me. I returned home at 10 a.m. the next morning. Patricia's car was there. That was a sign that the three intruders had left to return to their tour. "Well, it's about time you showed up. I didn't know if you'd return or not. Hello, Patricia. I'm not the one away for 6 months. Are you criticizing me for letting her have one single night with the children? She came to see you and the kids, Scylla. She said you took off shortly after she arrived. Of course, she was happy to spend an evening with the children again, but the person she wanted to see most was you. I don't understand. What's up with you lately? You haven't seen your wife in months, and then you abandoned her for the night when all she wanted was to reunite her family and be whole with them again. Why is that too much to ask of you? Patricia, unfortunately, it's apparent that your daughter hasn't shared the whole truth with you. And it's also just as unfortunate that I cannot explain anything to you because of a lawsuit against me by Dragon's Breath and a gag order signed by a local judge that silences me as to what's going on. If you want details, you'll have to get them from her, but as for me, I'm required by law to remain incommunicado." She looked at me as if I'd just grown another head. She called Ainsley to let her know that I had returned home to take care of the kids. When Patricia tried to hand her phone to me afterward, I simply walked away. She accused me of being very disrespectful to her and to my wife, but I remained stolid. "I'm very disappointed in you, Scylla. You must have made up a whopper of a lie to be sued as you say you have. Ainsley is willing to overlook your foibles if you'll just talk to her. The gag order prohibits me from talking to her, Patricia. Don't be silly, she's your wife. Not for long, I'm afraid. You're talking crazy. She told me you were jealous of her fame, and you're trying to punish her for her success in following her dream. Maybe one day your daughter will respect you enough to tell you the ugly truth. Until I have my day in court, there's nothing else I can say to you on the matter." I found my old phone on the kitchen table. Apparently, Ainsley contacted our service provider and restored service so that she could call me. I called him again, apologizing, saying a mistake had been made, and requested that service be canceled once again. Then I stuck it in a drawer and continued using the replacement phone Sandy had provided. My parents would come to visit on occasion, or I would take the kids to their place for a cookout invitation. They never mentioned Ainsley to me after I told them aside that I caught her cheating, but couldn't say any more about it until my case came to trial. Although I wanted to go ahead and file for divorce, I couldn't afford an attorney. Sandy advised me that if I still wanted a divorce after the Dragon's Breath World Tour was over, I wouldn't have any problem affording it then. She offered to pay for an attorney for me now, but I refused, citing my independent nature, which she respected. Patricia asked to take the kids to her home twice a week for visits, which I allowed until school started again. She would let them talk to their mother during those visits rather than face perplexing conversations with me. In early August, once school was back in session, however, I let her pick them up on Saturdays only, so as not to interfere with her daily routines. There was no communication between Ainsley and me until the tour ended and she finally returned home. I'd had plenty of time to study divorce procedures and attorneys online. Patricia had informed me that the kids and I were expected to greet Ainsley when she landed, but I refused to expose them to the drama of our reunion. I told Ainsley's mother that I understood Ainsley's request, but never specifically said I'd have them there. Instead, I drove the kids to the mountains for the day, and we had a nice bonding day of hiking and a picnic lunch. When we arrived home shortly before dinner time, Ainsley and a half-dozen suitcases awaited our arrival. I felt obligated to allow her in with the children excitedly greeting their mother. The kids grabbed her bags as I ignored them. I ordered enough pizza for everyone. I said little to nothing to her and never touched her. The kids already knew there were problems between us and weren't surprised at my inattentiveness to their mother. I kept occupied with cleaning up the kitchen and other mundane tasks while she spent every available moment with them. Once she put them to bed, she came to me to have a discussion. The kids want to know why you're being so cold to me. Thank you for not poisoning them against me. I halfway expected you to do that. If they ask me why, then I'll tell them the truth. I feel no compulsion to advise you on what to tell them. Are you spending the night at your mother's? I'll be happy to call her for you. Don't be silly. I belong with my family. I live here. I'm not going anywhere. We need to talk this problem out between us and straighten things back to the way they were before I left for the tour. I'm sorry. My attorney advised me not to talk to or about any of the group members until the lawsuit against me is resolved. I'm taking his advice, Miss Gruber. Where do you plan to sleep then? I knew I couldn't force her out of the house. Miss Gruber, I see that I have my work cut out for me. If you can't convince Lena and me that you don't recall seeing anything that night in Venice, I swear that all charges will be dropped. As for my sleeping arrangements, I'm sleeping in the master bedroom with you. That's where I belong and where I choose to sleep. I made my way to our bedroom and loaded my clothes and personal effects into boxes I'd procured for such an eventuality. She tried to engage me in conversation as I carried all of my belongings downstairs to the basement. There was a couch that morphed into a futon bed down there that would suit my purposes. She became very animated at my taciturnity. Once I had all I needed for the night, I closed and latched the basement door from the inside. She knocked and called out to me for a long while, but eventually gave up. I had no problem falling asleep. I couldn't afford to leave and stay in a hotel indefinitely, nor did I want to prevail upon Brett and his wife for an indeterminate time. So I decided to make the best of my onerous situation. Fortunately, the kids had school during the weekdays and I had work. Unfortunately, that left Ainsley alone in the house all day. When I went to pick the kids up after work, I discovered that she had canceled the after-school care, and the kids rode the school bus home, arriving around 3:30. When I made it home, I noticed that the locks had been changed. My key no longer fit. She came to the door anticipating my arrival. Open the door, Ainsley. Not until you give me your word that you'll sit down and talk things out with me tonight. That's all I ask. Upon hearing her talking, the kids wandered to the front door to see what was going on. When you arrived here last night, Ainsley, you were locked out and I let you in as soon as we arrived home without making any demands. Isn't that right, Bryce? He nodded, acknowledging the veracity of my statement. You're welcome to come in, Scylla, after you give me your word that you'll sit down and talk to me. Emily, Bryce, Darla, would any of you please unlock the door and let me in? After a look at the door locks from the inside, sorry, Daddy, we can't. There's no knob to turn to unlock the deadbolt. It takes a key from both sides to unlock it, and we don't have one, Darla expounded frustratingly. That's right, Scylla. It's my way or it's my way, so give me your word to calmly sit down with me and talk this through. All night if we have to, and I'll let you inside the house right now. She was trying to force my hand, endeavoring to induce my acquiescence. I heard the kids arguing with her to let their daddy in, but she held her ground. As a maneuver of distraction, I claimed, I'm going to go try the back door. Upon hearing that, she rushed toward the back door to continue her demanding confrontation. Instead of the back door, I quickly advanced to the left side of the house and slipped behind the bushes where there was a window to the basement. The basement windows were pinned from the inside for security, but I had removed the indoor pin and installed a long outdoor screw that served as a pin to prevent that window from opening. This was a measure I implemented in her absence in the event that I locked myself out of the house. She knew nothing about it. Using the screwdriver feature of my pocket knife, I removed the hidden screw and slipped in through the window, landing on the basement floor where the futon/couch used to be. All of my clothes and belongings were missing. Ainsley had moved them back to the master bedroom, no doubt. At least I now know what she's been up to all day. As I silently climbed the basement stairs, I noticed the absence of the inside latch and lock that I had previously installed. So as not to reveal my means of entry, I tiptoed up the stairs and stepped into the master bedroom. As expected, all of my things had been relocated. I sat down on the bed and loudly called out to the kids. Hey kids, anyone home? Quick footsteps rushed up the stairs, including Ainsley's. How did you? I interrupted the puzzled woman. Never mind how I got here. How would you all like for me to take you out to the pizza place for supper? The kids were jubilant at the prospect. Not tonight, Ainsley declared. I'm nearly finished cooking your favorites. Well, I'm going out for pizza right now. Who wants to go with me? The triplets simultaneously championed my cause. All right, go get in the car and I'll be right there, I suggested. They scampered out of the room. You're just going to leave me here alone? Can I go too? She meekly asked in defeat. You mean like you left me alone outside? Go or stay, I don't care. Give me a minute to turn the burners off in the kitchen. I'll give you 30 seconds and then we're pulling out with or without you. She bounded down the stairs to improve her chances. I happily interacted with the kids during our meal, but said nothing to Ainsley, even after she endeavored to engage me. After pizza, I stopped by the home improvement store on the way home to pick up an item or two. Everyone decided to join me inside to witness my mysterious purchases. I picked up an air mattress, a new latch machine screw hardware, super glue, and new lock sets for the house, key-alike. Then I had 4 more keys made to match. No one dared to ask me why I made those purchases. When we arrived home, she unlocked the door and we all entered. I immediately set about the task of replacing the door lock hardware and gave her and the kids each their own key. Much to her dismay, I took a hammer, bashed the hardware she had installed today by a locksmith, and tossed it all in the trash. Next, I reinstalled a new heavy-duty latch on the inside of the basement door, coating all of the threaded screw assemblies with super glue in the process, which she intently observed. I explained to Ainsley that the next time anyone tried to remove the latch assembly from that door, they'd practically have to destroy the door to get it off. She received my message. Of course, my next order of business was relocating my clothes and belongings to the basement. What happened to the futon/couch that was in the basement? I donated it to charity this morning. It's gone, she proudly declared. I'll have a new one delivered tomorrow. If anything happens to it, I'll donate everything you own in this house to charity. Is that understood? I said coldly. She nodded. Unfortunately, it took me 3 days to schedule delivery of the new bed, So in the meantime, I slept on the air mattress on top of my workbench in the basement, much to her chagrin. She never figured out how I sneaked my way inside the house. Ainsley realized that her attempts to corral me had failed miserably, and that it took her down a notch or two in the kids' eyes. She wouldn't try locking me out again. I continued to interact profusely with the kids, helping them with homework and continuing the bonding as previously established in their mother's absence. And thus the pattern was set. From that day forward, I stopped off at a diner on my way home for supper, and it pissed Ainsley off thoroughly. I spend all day fixing your favorite foods every day. The least you could do is eat it. How do I know you wouldn't poison me? Don't be ridiculous. I could never do that. I realize that I am risking going to prison for saying this, but you also said you'd be faithful to me and never cheat. I warned you of the possibility before you left, and you blew me off. Ainsley, you're a cheater and a liar. I no longer believe anything you say. So you'll have to excuse me for not taking you at your word not to poison me. Cook for yourself and the kids. I don't believe you'd intentionally poison them, but there's no need for you to cook anything for me ever again. I don't trust you. She left the room crying. She'd wanted us all to eat together to frame a resemblance of normal family life. I wasn't about to give that to her after what she'd done to me. But during every minute spent at home, I was either engaging our children or sleeping alone in the basement. A week of her disappointing failures with me passed when the charges pending against me were finally being heard inside a courtroom. Lena Stratton, Sheila Shanti, Fanny Compton, Sandy Stilton, my wife Ainsley, manager Cora Broadwell, and security guard Robert Tilton were all seated with the plaintiff's prosecuting attorney, while I alone sat on the opposite side of the courtroom with my defending counsel. I expected a packed courtroom due to their notoriety, but the Dragon's Breath attorney somehow managed to get the judge to close the proceedings to the public. I had a good idea why, but I didn't care. I simply wanted this over with once and for all. My attorney didn't object as long as the judge agreed that afterward, the adjudicated proceedings would become a matter of public record. Their attorney argued feverishly against that plea, but lost. The plaintiffs were then called one by one to the stand, sworn in, and testified of my shocking outburst publicly defaming and slandering a performing member of Dragon's Breath, my wife, in front of many witnesses. They all testified to my unjust remarks, citing suspicion of jealousy of Ainsley's success as the foundation of my slandering her, and by proxy, the entire group, all for one and one for all. The only person who abstained from testifying against me was Ainsley, who cited spousal privilege. It didn't matter to me one iota. When it was my turn to testify, the judge was all ears and expected this to be an open-and shut case. Through crafty questioning, my attorney helped me reveal what I witnessed in that room that night in Venice. Objection, Your Honor. Counsel is leading the witness. Mr. Osborne's testimony is a figment of his imagination. There's not a witness here today who can corroborate his scandalous remarks, including his wife. Overruled. Per your request, this is a closed hearing. I want to hear what he has to say. He has been under a gag order until today. Now is his chance to speak. Go ahead, Mr. Osborne. Thank you, Your Honor. As I was trying to say, it was our wedding anniversary, and I wanted to surprise my wife with some flowers and a night together to commemorate the event. When I entered her room, I saw my wife engaging in sexual acts with 3 other people simultaneously. Can you name the 3 other individuals? Yes, I can. They were Lena Stratton, seated next to Ainsley, as well as Hector Alvarez and Xander Eckert, 2 stage dancers who were part of their touring performance. Objection, Your Honor. The defendant can't simply fabricate names of unknown individuals and falsely accuse them in their absence. Where are these 2 so-called dancers? My attorney addressed the charge, Your Honor. I tried to subpoena them, but could not locate them before this case was to be heard. I have their pictures and identities duplicated from the Dragon's Breath web pages that identified all of their performers. That information has been admitted into evidence. I'll allow the testimony to continue. Counselor, but get to your factual evidence quickly. Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Osborne, you have leveled a salacious charge against four specific individuals. Why is that? I am stating that witnessing my wife engaging in sexual acts with others on our wedding anniversary is what incited me to make the inflamed remarks with which I'm charged. I object, Your Honor. We've pandered to this man's wild imagination long enough. It's his word against multiple witnesses. It's atrocious that he would even repeat his lies in court. We ask that a summary judgment be issued in favor of the plaintiffs to end this charade, Your Honor. What about it, counselor? Are you prepared to admit solid evidence beyond one person's word against all others? Yes, Your Honor. I have right here a video clip that substantiates my client's testimony. With your permission, we'd like to admit this into evidence in defense of my client's honor and integrity, Your Honor. Any objection, counselor? He looked at the plaintiff's attorney. None, Your Honor. No such evidence can exist. We are anxious to see this charlatan try to back up his lies. I believe that he is trying to scare my clients into settling out of court for some outrageous amount, which won't happen. Go ahead, let's see his dog and pony show, he chuckled. My attorney handed the USB chip to the deputy, who carried it to a deputy clerk of court who powered up the courtroom video system. She then handed the remote to my attorney, who selected the video clip I had provided him and pressed play. The very instant the first image of the video appeared on screen, Lena leaped to her feet and yelled, "Stop. Your Honor, if it pleases the court, I'd like a moment to confer with my client before proceeding." Of course, counselor. He huddled with Lena for about 15 seconds and resumed, "Your Honor, if it pleases the court, my clients would like to confer with Mr. Osborne in hopes of reaching an amicable settlement and avoid taking up any more of the court's time than necessary." Very well, this court is adjourned for lunch until either a settlement is reached or the case will be continued. He pounded his gavel, and we were all escorted to a nearby conference room. Lena looked me directly in the eye. "How the hell did you come by that video, you asshole? And you accuse me of slander? Does it matter how I came by it? I have it, and that's all that matters. It shouldn't bother anyone here to have the truth revealed, should it? You racist snowflake bigot. All this grandstanding simply because a superior black man was meeting the needs of a white woman when you were never there for her?" Lena accused. Racist? You can try to play that card all you want. I don't care if he was purple with pink polka dots. She was with another man, that wasn't me. That is what I object to. You don't own her. She's not your property. She can seek satisfaction wherever she wants. You're right on all three counts, Lena. That's why I want to release her from any and all legal obligations toward me by way of marriage vows. I agree with you. Ainsley can now seek satisfaction from whomever she wants. How long is the video? She inquired, ignoring my response. Oh, about 90 seconds, give or take. It's long enough to prove what I saw that night. Ainsley looked down at the floor in shame. Damn. Shit. Hell. What's it going to take to make it go away, to never become public? She urged, become public. But I was planning on using that video as the basis for my divorce from Ainsley and filing alienation of affection charges against Dragon's Breath for seducing my wife away from me. Argurk. She screamed. No. No way can that video ever become public. She exclaimed. Personally, I don't believe for 1 second that you have the slightest care whether or not I divorce my wife. Your protests on that front serve merely to distract me from your true objection. Everyone in this room knows that neither Hector Alvarez nor Xander Eckert is your husband of record, Patrick Stratton, the man with whom you share 4 minor children. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that he has no idea of your sexual escapades with other men and women while on a road. And just what do you imagine would happen if this recording became public or somehow fell into Patrick's hands? Now let's be reasonable here, Scylla. There's no need to make threats or jump to any specious conclusions about anything. I feel terrible about what's troubling your marriage and to some extent feel partially responsible. I've talked with Ainsley numerous times over the last few weeks in an effort to help her reconcile with you, the love of her life. She tells me that you have rebuked every attempt to talk things through. Yes, you saw me there that night, and I regret my involvement. As a gesture of goodwill, I'm willing to make you a one-time offer of $1 million to make all of this silliness go away forever. $1 million, Scylla. Think about it, that's 40% more than Ainsley earned over the entire 6-month world tour. That should more than quell any hard feelings you have about anything that happened on the tour. What do you say, Scylla? You could quit your menial job and live a life of luxury, especially when you add in your wife's $600,000. If that's the best you can do, then I say we should go back into that courtroom, play that video in full, and let it become public record. I find it interesting that other public records indicate that your husband owns 51% of the Dragon's Breath enterprise, yet he is conspicuously absent from these proceedings today. Lena nervously smiled. I convinced him that he didn't need to be here today. This is a simple case of slander and defamation which is common and dealt with all the time. There's no need to have him involved in any of this. If you're dissatisfied with my generous offer, Scylla, why don't you tell me what would move you to settle this small matter out of court? What do you want? What's it going to take? All eyes were on me, especially Ainsley's. This was the most she had heard me speak in quite some time that wasn't directed at our children. I acted pensive for a moment, pretending to consider options, though I knew exactly what I wanted. Since you asked, it might interest you to know that I have done some research on Dragon's Breath. There are 5 stakeholders in the entity, comprised of Lena's husband, Patrick Stratton, who owns 51%. The remaining 40% ownership is evenly split among the 4 core performers, Lena Stratton, Sandy Stilton, Sheila Shanti, and Fanny Compton, each of whom has a 12.25% stake. The total net worth of Dragon's Breath immediately after your amazingly successful world tour is $40 million. We don't need a group financial lesson, Scylla. You haven't said a word that we don't know. Again, I ask you, what's it going to take to make this all go away? Since you seem to be pressed for time, I have 3 non-negotiable demands. If all of you agree to all 3, then that video will never see the light of day. Balk on any of them, and that video becomes public record. All right, get to it then, she urged anxiously. My first demand, drop all charges against me and issue a public apology for a misunderstanding that no longer exists. Done, she assured. What else? Patrick's 51% of the group's $40 million net worth comes to $20.4 million. The other $19.6 million comprising the 49% the 4 of you share, split 4 ways, comes to $4.9 million apiece. For the sake of easy math, let's round up that $19.6 million to an even $20 million, the net worth of you 4 here today. I'll exclude Patrick's 51% from my equation since you wish to prevent his learning about your little indiscretion that is recorded on that video. You have no idea of the pain and anguish I have suffered after witnessing that marriage-ending debauchery. I think it's only fair that the 4 of you share in my pain, perhaps differently, but pain nonetheless. Give us a number, Scylla. I think 10 million is a nice round number, half of the net worth of the 4 of you. Each of you could contribute 2.5 million apiece to satisfy that number. I realize that's a sizable amount, but I demand a cost to you, all that I hope will sting for a long time to come. My proposal was met with stunned silence. I believe I captured their attention. What? That's ludicrous. Lena objected. Yeah, I wasn't even on the tour and had nothing to do with Ainsley or Lena's behavior. Why are you throwing my assets in with theirs? That isn't fair, Sandy furiously declared. And what about Ainsley's earnings? Why haven't you included hers in the mix? She may need to rely on her earnings after we divorce. I don't want her to try and bilk me out of alimony. No one ever said life was fair. It isn't fair that I'm losing my wife while she was following her dream by performing with Dragon's Breath. I don't care which of you pays into the 10 million aggregate or how that number is achieved, but 10 million is my hard number. If you are unable to meet that, then there's no need for further discussion. Cora entered the fray as their manager. I'm very familiar with their financial status. They don't have that quantity of capital lying around and used. It's all been put to work. Even if they all contributed 2.5 million each, as you suggest, they would each have to liquidate their positions in various market instruments and accounts, which would put them all in a bind. That is my hope and expectation, Cora. There must be felt consequences for their complicity in my wife's abandonment of her wedding vows. The readily available drugs, the contractually obligated seductive dances with hot studs during rehearsals and performances, the glamorization and seductive allure of the rock star lifestyle, all of that is factored into my equation. Huddle, Lena commanded. The girls all gathered around to bicker over this point of contention. That video can never see the light of day. Lena fumed in whispering tones. If Patrick gets a whiff of its existence, we can all kiss our careers goodbye. He'll divorce me, shut us down just to be spiteful, sell our song rights to whoever he wants, and destroy everything we've all worked so hard to achieve. Yeah, but why should I contribute? I didn't screw up on the tour. You guys did, Sandy pained. It's always been all for one and one for all, Sandy. This is no different, Sheila reminded. I hate to give up half of everything I worked my ass off for, Fanny asserted. Lena added, I do too, believe me, but if we don't, Dragon's Breath will cease to exist. At least this way, we can ride the coattails of the excellent returns on our latest album set while working on new releases. This way, we have a chance to regroup and rebuild. I'm sorry, girls. I screwed up. I'll never do that again. I'll chip in every dollar I can scrape together to help put this behind us, but Patrick can never find out or it's all over. He fronted all of the money to get us established, and from the beginning, we all agreed to his 51% ownership as a result. If he decided to take us down, there's nothing we could legally do to stop him. Lena injected. All right, Scylla, let's say that we're considering an attempt to meet your outrageous $10 million demand. Anything else? One more thing, and we have a deal, I tendered. What's that? Turn over our firstborn children. Sheila said sarcastically. Nothing so melodramatic. Dragon's Breath has already interfered and participated in the destruction of my marriage. I ask that you stick your noses in it one last time. I've prepared divorce papers to serve on Ainsley as part of these proceedings. I may be mistaken, but I believe that she will be reluctant to sign and agree to a divorce today. It's a straightforward agreement. She keeps her $600,000 and all of her personal belongings, and I get everything else. Custody of the children will be 50-50, split right down the middle, shared custody, but she must revert to her maiden name, Gruber. As you can see, I'm being more than fair here. I just want this charade of a marriage over with ASAP. She knows I'd never cheat her out of a penny. Convince her to sign those terms of our divorce papers today and abandon my name before we leave this room so I can file them and start the process of the dissolution of our legal marriage. If she doesn't sign and agree, then we have no deal. Ainsley could hold back her emotions no longer. She dropped to her knees and sobbed uncontrollably. The girls surrounded and comforted her to calm her down. Sandy asked, Scylla, would you mind leaving the room for a few minutes while we discuss this with her? It was a reasonable request. I nodded and left the room. I'm sorry, Ainsley, that I get you into all of this mess. But we must face the fact that your husband has us by the short hairs, and if he doesn't get what he wants, then it's all over for us. What's all over? Ainsley painfully rejoined. You all get to keep your husbands while I lose mine. He's already lost to you, Lena continued. Don't you see? He's going to get the divorce one way or another anyway. If you give him a clean divorce now, that video file will be deleted. The sooner it is deleted, the fewer times he will be able to watch it. Once you're divorced, you might be able to slowly worm your way back into his life with the children as your connection and rekindle your romance. Lots of couples remarry after a divorce. That's your best option. Plus, you can still guest star in performances with us and maybe even become a regular new member of the group. Performing on stage with you guys was the greatest experience of my life, but the cost was too high. If I give Scylla his divorce, my number one goal in life will be to win him back. I want my family whole again. All the fame and fortune in the world isn't worth losing him. I'm sorry, but that's how I feel. If you help us put this issue behind us, Ainsley, our door will always be open to you. I promise you that we'll help you with him in any way we can. But if you fight him, and that video becomes part of the public record, one day down the road, when your children are old enough, they'll be able to look up the cause of your divorce and see for themselves what caused it. You wouldn't want them to ever see that video, would you? Lena entreated. 20 minutes later, Cora invited me back inside. After some heart-wrenching discussions, Lena began, I believe that Ainsley is nearly ready to sign your divorce papers on the dotted line if you will concede one point. And just what, pray tell, is that? Ainsley looked me right in the eye. I'll sign your damn divorce papers and give up your name if and only if you take your half of my earnings from the tour. Since I earned that money while we were still married, you're entitled to your half of the 600 grand. I don't see any way you can make me budge from that, she defiantly asserted. No wiggle room, huh? None, she proudly insisted. Weren't you raised in the church? Weren't your first singing performances of church songs? That's right, she confirmed. I stood there mute for several moments as if considering accepting her counteroffer. Okay, if you insist, then I have no other choice but to accept your earnings split. Ainsley wore a big smile of victory at my persuasion. I continued, but I want to be honest and upfront with you. The moment you give me your check to deposit, I will merely endorse it and sign it over to the local satanic chapter of devil worshippers as a donation in your name. If it is your desire to spend 300 grand on satanic causes, be my guest, but I won't ever spend a dime of it on me or the children. Are you still insisting that you write me that check? Ainsley looked as if she was going to blow her top. I maintained an indifferent expression. She realized that I would do exactly what I said, and she loathed having her money used in opposition to her faith. I was counting on that. In defeat, she finally signaled, never mind then, if you're just going to throw it away, I might as well keep it. Smart move, I confirmed. My attorney provided her the divorce papers that I'd already signed, and she added her endorsement to them, crying nonstop as she did so. And what about the 10 million? How do you want that to be handled? Cora inquired. I have the provisions all set out in this document that I'm passing out to you all. First off, I want $1 million set aside in an irrevocable trust for my children to pay for their future college educations, as well as cover the cost of their therapy and counseling sessions to help them deal with my divorce from their mother. I want the other $9 million split into 3 even donations to the following charitable causes in the names of Emily, Bryce, and Darla Osborne. $3 million to the National Pediatric Cancer Foundation, Tampa, Florida, which is near and dear to Emily's heart. $3 million to Wounded Warriors Family Support, Omaha, Nebraska, which is a special cause to Bryce, and $3 million to the Salvation Army, a selfless organization that Darla and I both hold dear. What? Lena exclaimed. All that rigmarole, and you're not even going to keep $1 for yourself? I will provide for myself and the daily needs of my children. I don't expect any of you to understand my logic. As a family, we were doing fine before Dragon's Breath ever entered the picture, and we'll continue to survive day to day on our own long after you're gone. My stunning request exasperated the group members. Think of it this way, I inserted, your money will be doing some good for people who truly need it. Do we have a deal? I held out my hand to Lena to shake. As much as it pains me to say this, yes, we do, she assented. I shook all of their hands in turn. Not that I don't trust you ladies, but my attorney has the tentative agreement all spelled out in this legal document that you all need to sign. I'll withhold my video evidence for the next 2 weeks as you finalize all of the financial transfers. But if all of the stated measures are not met by then, I will return to open court with my divorce filings and use my video as evidence of infidelity, which will then become an open court record. The media would have a field day with it. Here is the chip, Lena. It is one of only 2 copies. The other copy is in a safe place to be used in case any of you change your mind. I won't inform Patrick of anything about this whole scenario. You have my word on that. You can spend the donations to him however you wish, to conceal the true nature of these negotiations. Don't worry, Scylla, Lena rejoined, we'll follow through on our end. I underestimated you once. I'll never make that mistake again. When we were back home after the children were down for the night, Ainsley approached me in a conciliatory manner. All right, Scylla, I did as you asked. I signed the divorce papers so you can file them whenever you wish. Can we talk now, at least for a while? We've not had a single discussion about what happened since I returned from the tour. I've cried more tears over this than there are stars in the sky. Sure, and thank you for signing them. What is it you would like to discuss? I've never been able to humbly apologize from the depths of my soul for what I did on tour. I'm so sorry, Scylla. You deserve better from me, and I failed you. I alone am to blame for my regrettable actions. I wanted to be more than I was. Each day, the stress of living up to the legend of the woman I was replacing was wearing me down. Several in the group were using drugs. It was readily available, just as you predicted it would be. They wore me down and convinced me to use drugs to cope with the stress and leave all my cares behind. Once I started down that path, my inhibitions gave way to having sex on drugs with those two dancers, and then Lena convinced me to experiment with her. Your defense is drugs, huh? I take it that you'll go with me tomorrow to the district attorney and press kidnapping, forced drug use against your will, and rape charges against the members of Dragon's Breath, right? No? She looked down at the floor as she shook her head. You weren't forced or coerced against your will to take those drugs, nor to have sex with other men and Lena. It is patently obvious that you weren't constrained by logic or morality. You'll have to live with the knowledge that the last person you had sex with wasn't your husband. At least you'll have those memories to keep you warm at night. Ainsley, I wanted nothing more than your love and fidelity. It's too bad that it was too much to ask of you. It finally came out that Sandy set the whole sting up. Fanny, her best friend, informed her of Lena's and my immoral activities. Sandy was fearful of me replacing her in the group, so she arranged for you to fly to Venice and see for yourself what I was doing. She hoped that the drama would shake me up enough to drop out after the tour. She was right. I've never been more ashamed of anything in my life. I want you to realize that, although it was too late, I stopped that night. I never touched another man or illicit substance again. I'm devastated, and I know it's my fault. I have no one to blame but me. None of it was worth losing you. Not the fame or glory, the adulations and cheers of the crowds, not even the money. I can't undo what I did. From now on, my number one goal in life is to earn your forgiveness and reconciliation. I realize that may never happen, but I will never stop trying. I love you, Scylla. If that's true, the type of love you have for me appears to be insufficient to preclude infidelity. I don't hate you, Ainsley, nor do I want us to be enemies, but with my trust in you destroyed, there's no future for us as husband and wife. When you're not on the road, you're an excellent mother. You and I are going to have to work together to continue raising 3 great children, but it's too painful of a reminder for us to reside in the same home. Now that our divorce paperwork has been signed and we are legally separated, I think it would be best for you to move out into your own housing. You can afford another place while I cannot. Dragon's Breath has 2 weeks to settle out of court. That should be enough time for you to move to alternate accommodations. The kids and I will even help you move. She nodded, acknowledging my request. You've been more than fair with me, Scylla. As much as it will kill me to move away from our home, I will honor your wish. I'll look for a place not too far away to make it easy for us to exchange the kids weekly. I'll make sure that they understand that it's my fault that we're divorcing. I'll never badmouth you to them. I'd like us to remain friends to whatever extent you can tolerate. That's it then. Nothing more needs to be said. Good luck, Ainsley. Ainsley pondered in her heart relentlessly to figure out a way to win her husband back, to make her family whole again, but she had no idea how to do it. Sorrowfully, she relocated to a nearby rental house suitable for her and the children for the alternating weeks they would be with her. Subsequent to our talk, I rarely interacted with her in any way except for matters concerning the kids. She had no interest in the dating scene and, to keep busy, resumed her part-time career as a studio musician working in the background with Heather, rather than in the limelight as she had been with Dragon's Breath. Her desire to be a performer on stage had been vanquished by the severe cost to her personal life. The dream she'd always had to be a famous star no longer existed. Presently, nothing was more important to her than the restoration of her family. The year inexorably rolled by. North Carolina requires a year from the date of initial filing for a divorce to be granted. When that day came, she loathingly once again became Ainsley Gruber. Since I never asked her for her wedding rings back, she never took them off. However, she did notice the absence of my ring. Though it stung, she remained silent about it. She knew that she had no right to complain. As the months passed, I found Ainsley very amenable pertaining to any matters associated with the children. If I had any timing conflicts arise, she gladly kept the children for me or switched any days I wished, my choice. There was never any tension between us. Since we were officially divorced now, and she resumed her maiden name again at my insistence, our disconnect was complete. I felt no pressure to cater to her wants, needs, or desires. Neither of us expressed any expectations of the other besides parenting. The kids were never returned to me brooding or unhappy. She always handed them back to me upbeat and jovial. There were regular occasions when she and I were in the same room at the same time, such as birthdays and holidays, etc. No friction to develop between us. Although I never inquired about her private dating life, the kids made it their mission to inform me that she actively shunned all well-meaning attempts by her friends to place her in the crosshairs of another man. She made it crystal clear that there was only one man in whom she had any interest. I didn't ask. That ship had sailed. My best friend, Brett, and his wife, Corinne. Yes, that Corinne became ensconced in my life during the weekends that my ex had the kids. During any seasonable weather, we swapped backyard barbecue cookouts. On occasion, we'd meet at a restaurant or catch a movie with me as the third wheel. The only thing that bothered me about that was the occasional attempt to innocuously set me up with one of their friends, relatives, or coworkers. I had to admit that several of the women were stunners, but I simply wasn't ready to incorporate regular dating into my life yet. I was always congenial and polite, but even when asked, never accepted a follow-up date. That didn't seem to dissuade Brett and Corinne in the slightest. They appeared determined to induce their perception of the missing link in my life. One day, out of the blue, Brett received an unexpected phone call. "Hello, Ainsley. To what do I owe the pleasure?" he stated sarcastically. Brett. I wasn't sure you'd answer my call. I almost didn't. You nearly destroyed my best friend. He didn't deserve what you did to him. I agree wholeheartedly, Brett, and I'm trying my best to make it up to him. I don't see how that could be possible without a time machine that would allow you to talk some sense into your earlier self. Trust me, if there was such a thing, I would have already done it. Brett, I have an idea that may help Scylla and the kids, but I need your help to make it work. Would you be willing to let me buy your lunch and discuss it with you? Where? Anywhere you suggest, whenever it fits your schedule, but I only ask one thing. What's that? Please don't say a word to anyone about this meeting until after I've had a chance to explain. After that lunch, you may do as you wish. I swear this will be something good for Scylla. Will you discreetly meet me this once for his sake? Scylla has convinced me that you're untrustworthy, but I don't see how you can hurt me or him with just one lunch meeting. All right, Ainsley, I'll bite. I don't have plans for lunch today. Meet me at TK Trips at 1 p.m. today. Until then, mum's the word. At the lunch meeting, Brett ordered the most expensive items on the menu. Ainsley didn't care. She was hoping to convince him to assist her with helping her ex-husband, but there would be some deception involved, and she was unsure whether or not he would cooperate. After the food arrived and some banal chit-chat had passed between them, Brett sought answers. You already know that I'm wary of anything you might have to say, Ainsley. Scylla is my best friend and Corinne, and I have done our best to try to help him heal, with very limited success, I might add. It's precisely because you're his best friend that you're probably the only one who can help me help him. I promise to hear you out since you're buying. Thank you for that, by the way. So, what is it that you have in mind? Let me tell you up front, I'll have no part in anything that will bring him or the kids the slightest harm. I consider them extended family, and I'm very protective of them. I know Brett, and I'm counting on that. The waiter brought their food and refilled their beverages. Ainsley continued, would you agree that Scylla could benefit from a significant windfall of cash? Of course, who wouldn't? Are you aware of his heat pump project development prototype that he installed to save money on our energy costs? Yes. He showed it to me one time, but I can't say I understand all there is to know about it. I believe it is a fantastic product which, if properly patented and marketed, would produce an influx of income stability that would set him up for life. Yeah, but doing all that takes money. Exactly. I tried to split my tour performance earnings with Scylla when we separated. Much to my dismay, he refused to accept any of it. I've been at my wit's end trying to think of a way to help him financially with no success until I recently read about two incidents here in North Carolina. On May 17th, a Mooresville man purchased a $20 Instant Millions lottery ticket from the home run market on Williamson Road in Mooresville. He collected a $2 million prize. I remember hearing about that. It made all the news for several days. Do you think Scylla has heard of it? I'm sure he has. In fact, I think he mentioned it to me a couple of weeks ago during a cookout. He said, some guys have all the luck. Great. Anyway, it got me to thinking. What if Scylla somehow won a lottery of some kind? As you reported, he knows it can happen to anyone, so why not him? The two logistical problems that exist with that scenario are that he never purchases lottery tickets, at least as long as I've known him. Secondly, if a lottery ticket managed to find its way into his hands, what are the odds that his specific ticket would be a significant winner? That's why he doesn't participate in them. He has no money to waste on such frivolities. I can almost hear him saying the words. Where are you going with this, Ainsley? Well, there was a video I saw on America's Funniest Videos TV show several years back where a man gifted his wife a lottery ticket for Christmas. He recorded her enthusiasm while opening her gift. He'd done a lot of build-up. When she scratched it off, it indicated that she had won $1 million. She was over the moon with excitement, crying tears of joy and wanting to call everyone she knew. Then he spoiled it all, revealing that it was a fake ticket he'd purchased as a practical joke. The words that escaped his wife's lips weren't exactly in the spirit of Christmas, as I recall. I imagine she was pretty pissed. I would be too, Brett admitted. Brett, Scylla trusts you as his best friend, and I'm so glad he has you and Corinne to lean on throughout our horrid divorce. I want to ask a huge favor of you as his friend. I want you to place a winning lottery ticket in his hands. Key to this whole concept is your ability to convince him that it is the real deal. When he wins, be as excited for him as you would realistically be. But how would I do that, Ainsley? Winning lottery tickets don't just fall from the sky. Today they do, she insinuated as she held out what appeared to be a genuine lottery ticket in her hand for him to evaluate. Brett took it from her and examined it closely. Damn, that looks almost identical to lottery tickets I have purchased before. My hope is that it will be convincing. It is totally fake, but only you and I will know that. It is a winning ticket worth $500,000, and I'm hoping to convince you to somehow innocently place it in Scylla's hands. If it's a fake, then how would he collect? When he determines it to be a winning ticket, there's a phone number on the back indicated to be a direct line to the Lottery Commission for confirmation. That number is actually a burner phone that a girlfriend of mine will have in her possession until it is called, one whose voice Scylla won't recognize. She will ask him for an identifier code printed on the ticket confirming it as genuine. She will suggest that he open a new separate account in his name with a minimal balance for security. Once he provides a bank account number, I will transfer the $500,000 to his account for his use. It will be your job to steer him to use it to legally patent his prototype, which I estimate may cost around $50,000. With a bona fide patent in hand, he can utilize the remaining $450,000 to have a manufacturer produce as many units as he can negotiate. Once sales begin, it will be a life-changing income producer for him. I ask you for only one thing in this, Brett. Scylla must never know that the money was funneled to him from me. Never. Are you for real on this, Ainsley? This is not some trick to humiliate me or Scylla, is it? Absolutely not. I hurt Scylla and ruined our marriage. That's all on me, not him. This is my way of trying to do something good for him, which, in the long run, will also benefit our children. Please, I beg you, Brett. Let some good come out of this morass I created. Do it for Scylla and our kids, not for me. Brett considered the offer she made. He looked into her eyes and saw nothing but sincerity. He picked up his cell phone, looked at the back of the ticket, and dialed. A voice quickly answered his call on speakerphone. North Carolina Lottery Commission, Brenda Watson speaking. How may I help you? He hung up the phone. Sorry, Ensley. I needed to confirm what I could of your story. Her name is Brenda, though Watson is a fabrication, she explained. Okay, for Scylla and the kids, I'll do it. But if this turns out to be some kind of trick or ploy to hurt my best friend, there will be no place on earth you can hide from my wrath, Ainsley. Is that clear? I wouldn't want it any other way. Thank you, Brett, for being such a good friend to him. Keep the lottery ticket. It's the only one I had made. Now you'll have to hone your acting chops to be convincing to him. Ainsley, you follow through with your part and I'll do mine. I got this. 4 days later on Saturday afternoon, I found myself at the insistent invitation of Brett and Corinne to participate in a cookout in their backyard. The kids were having a blast swimming in their pool, acting as if they were trying to drown each other. Brett demanded that I cook the filet mignon steaks they had purchased, trusting my barbecuing skills over his own. Man, do those steaks smell good. You've got the touch, Scylla. Whatever it is that you're doing, keep doing it. Kiss my ass. You're just as good at this as me. You're just lazy, I jibed. Whatever. Corinne wants me to run to the store to pick up some ice and a few other things for homemade ice cream later on. I can't seem to find my wallet. Can you spot me at 20 until I find it? Sure, Brett. I owe you more than that for the cost of these steaks alone. These are the good cuts. They were on sale, and I happened to get them before they ran out. You don't owe me a thing. Thanks. I'll get the 20 back to you whenever my wallet shows up. No problem. I'll keep these babies on slow cook until you return. Brett returned about 20 minutes later. Funny thing, I found my wallet in the car right where I left it, so I didn't need your 20 after all. That being said, on a lark, and in a moment of inspiration, I decided to purchase two $20 Instant Millions lottery tickets from the local market, one apiece for each of us, so your 20 is long gone, my friend. I have your receipt right here showing I spent your whole 20 on it and didn't pocket your cash, he laughed. What Brett didn't tell his friend was that he had purchased only one $20 ticket for himself and showed Scylla his own receipt as proof of purchase for Scylla's ticket. You know, that was a complete waste of $40, Brett, but you've always been a sucker for games of chance. Me? This is the first and hopefully last one my money will ever be spent on, I declared. I couldn't get upset with him for wasting my money because of how expensive those steaks were, so I took it all in stride and with good humor. We all consumed our fill of tender steaks, baked potatoes, salads, and buttered garlic bread. I thought Bryce was eating his weight in food. The boy has a healthy appetite. As Corinne and the girls were cleaning up afterward, Brett and I pulled out our lottery tickets to put our 20s out of their misery. Brett went first and scratched off his ticket. Well, I won $10. Hey, at least it wasn't a total loss. I got half my money back. Okay, Scylla, your turn. I took a quarter and scratched off my ticket for everyone's amusement. No, this can't be real. Is this a trick of some kind? What does it say? Corinne asked with great enthusiasm. I handed it to her. You check it and see if it says what I think it says. Wow, Scylla, you just won $500,000. Corinne exclaimed. Here, let me see that, Brett stammered as he grabbed the ticket from his wife. She's right, Siler. You lucky dog. You're the instant winner of 500 grand. Two can't believe it. I never win anything except bad luck. This is incredible. Does it say how to go about collecting? Brett turned the ticket over to the small print on the backside. It says here to call this number anytime, day or night, with a 20-digit confirmation number to confirm its authenticity. Shit, man, I'd call them right now if I were you. That's exactly what I did. I reached a woman named Brenda Watson with the North Carolina Lottery Commission who confirmed that my ticket was indeed valid and congratulated me. When I asked her how to go about collecting, to alleviate any security concerns, she asked me to open a new bank account in my name with the bare minimum deposit required to establish the account. Once I call her back and provide the new account number, she said they'd wire transfer the money directly into my account. I explained the content of my phone call to Brett and Corinne. I decided not to say anything yet to the kids in case it didn't pan out, but I shed a few tears at the prospect of better times in the life of my family. Still, I was afraid to believe it until the money actually appeared in my account. The following Tuesday afternoon, it did. I was flabbergasted. This was a game changer for our lives. I was $500,000 better off. Thanks for meeting me for lunch today. I was so excited when I saw that the money had been deposited into my account, I nearly burst to share the news with someone. Since I no longer have a wife, you'll have to do. I can't tell anyone else about this, Brett, because people will come out of the woodwork looking for a handout. I don't want to let any of this money slip through my fingers. You're a smart man, Scylla. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. Thanks, man. Since you're the only one I can talk to about this, to keep the word from spreading, I'm asking for your advice. I can think of a million ways to spend this money, but I don't want to just piss it away. Well, I don't normally tell others how to spend their money, but this is a special circumstance. And since you asked, I'll tell you what I would do if I were you. That's what I'm looking for. Go ahead. Many others in your shoes might quit work and tell your bitch of a boss, Diane Prentice, to go fuck herself. Sure, that would be an easy choice, but I'd advise against it. That's uncanny as if you read my mind. Why would you advise against quitting? You know how much I hate that witch. Didn't you tell me you had compartmentalized her to the extent that you now find her quirks and antics humorous? Well, yeah. I had to, or go crazy over her hair-splitting ways. Right? So your work situation shouldn't be your main focus at the moment. What you need to do is put that money to work for you, to produce a steady income stream that could one day be your primary source of income, supplanting your need to work for an insurance company. The stock market? But I don't know anything about stocks, bonds, or futures. I'd be broke inside of a year with my luck. No, Scylla, not the stock market, although the Dow Industrial Average has been on a tear lately. Of course, I can help you file your taxes on your winnings. Once that is addressed, what I'm talking about is a much more focused and special investment, an investment in yourself. With the kind of money you just won, you could set aside maybe 50 grand of it for personal use to make life a bit easier for you and the kids. It would cost about 50 grand for you to get a properly registered patent on your prototype heat pump design. Once you have your patent in hand, you could then approach several manufacturers about producing the new heat pumps. I'm just spitballing here, but say it costs $1,000 to make each one. With somewhere between 300 and 400 grand, you could manufacture as many as 400 on your units on your initial trial run. As they sell, you simply turn the profits back into making more until you have to quit your insurance job to manage your new company. Wow. I would have never thought of that. Scylla, I believe in you and your new product. Now the question is, do you believe in yourself? You're right. It would take every penny of it to do what you suggest, but I can't think of a better way to invest it. Thanks for the great advice, Brett. This coming Saturday, you and Corinne are coming to our place, and I'll make you cook the filet mignon steaks, my turn and my treat. You got it, man. With the help of a patent attorney, I secured a provisional patent. This would enable me to immediately begin producing my product until the final seal of approval would be later granted. After much research, I settled on Cabot Manufacturing Incorporated. Deke McHenry, their operations manager, stepped me through the process of developing and submitting the proper drawings they required to price and produce the new heat pump units. He later met with me and said that the math representing the amount of money I had left after taxes would support the production of 487 units. Deke, I offered with an outstretched hand, make it an even 500 units, and you've got yourself a deal. He rubbed his chin for a minute considering my offer. If you can ever get this thing off the ground, I believe it will sell well. Okay, you have yourself a deal, 500 units, and he heartily shook my hand. Except for the 50 grand I had set aside for my family expenses and mad money, every dollar of the lottery winnings was spoken for. I have it all riding on this. 5 months later, after some retooling of one of their manufacturing lines, Dee called me to let me know that the first 100 units had been completed to my specifications. He indicated that they could drop ship them to the wholesaler of my choice to begin marketing my product. I'd already met with 10 of the largest HVAC suppliers in the country and was rejected by 7 of them. My product was new and untested and not backed by a name brand. Brand recognition is huge in this business. 3 of the wholesalers took 10 units, each on a consignment basis. I then set my sights on the much smaller mom-and-pop wholesalers who were more receptive but unable to guarantee any definable sales results. I had no money left for marketing, sales were lagging, and so was my spirit. After 3 more months, the remaining units had been manufactured, but I had no place to ship them. I was in a quandary because only 3 units had been moved and they had been sold at cost on consignment for contractors to try them out. I had even set up an online link through Cabot Manufacturing Incorporated to make direct sales to the public, but not a single unit had been sold that way either. My dream was crashing down around me. My best friend Brett tried his best to reassure me that things would turn around given a bit more time. I wish I shared his enthusiasm. However, Brett's words were turned out to be prophetic. 3 weeks later, I checked the website and noticed that 40 units had been sold. Amazing. It was the first ray of hope involving the new heat pump. I then began checking sales results every day. The numbers kept rising, almost exponentially. In short order, everyone had been sold. Puzzled, I called Deke McHenry of Cabot Manufacturing Incorporated to find out what was going on. Hey, Scylla. I was wondering when I was going to hear from you. We're slap sold out of your units. If you wish, we can turn the sales profits back into manufacturing more units to keep everything moving. Do you authorize us to do that? Of course, Deke, if you'll answer me one question. Sure, man. We're anxious to start a constant production line of these babies. What's your question? Do you have any idea what happened? Why are all these sales suddenly coming in after such a horrible start? I can't, Scylla. I've been sworn to secrecy. Ask me anything but that and I'll answer you. Isn't it bad form to look a gift horse in the mouth? Just be happy about it and let's keep this going while sales are hot. Just say the word and we'll ramp up production, he enthused. Deke, you are supposed to represent my interests, not someone else's. If you keep secrets from me about my product that you are manufacturing, that can only ruin the professional relationship that we have built thus far. If you want me to continue to trust my product to Cabot Manufacturing, then I need to be able to trust its employees. You tell me what I want to know, and I'll tell you what you want to hear. Deal? Damn. You're right, Scylla. I don't want to tarnish anything between us because of outside influences. You're a man of your word, are you not? I am indeed, Deke. Why? I'll answer your question if you give me your word of honor that it will never get back to this person that I told you. Do I have your word? Why all the cloak and dagger, Deke? All right. I give you my word that whatever you tell me will never get back to whoever it is that you're trying to protect for whatever reason. This is just between you and me, Scylla, okay? Here goes. I promised her that you'd never find out, but if I keep her secret, then I'll lose you as a customer, and I see a bright future for us both in this. Her name is Ainsley Gruber. Apparently, she used to be some kind of big shot in the music world. She has a music blog with over 1 million followers, she says. She must have a thing for you, because she's using all of her notoriety to do everything in her power to help you sell your units. She told me that she gives her followers just enough music-related blogging information to keep them hanging around, but uses most of her influence to get people talking about and interested in your products. She swore me to secrecy, insisting that you never learn of her furtive involvement to help you. Please don't make me a liar to her. You gave me your word. If Deke had simply exhaled his breath in my direction, The minuscule force of it would have knocked me over. I was stunned. I had no idea that Ainsley even knew about my project, much less helped me with sales in the background without my knowledge. It bothered me on one hand that she had stuck her nose in my business, but at the same time, my success would benefit our kids as well. Thank you, Dick. I understand. I won't say a word to anyone about it. When I needed honesty, you proved yourself to me. So, yes, go ahead and start making the next batch, as many as you can with the proceeds. Yes, Sir Scylla. We'll get right on that. Thank you for sticking with cabinet manufacturing. The terrible trio worked tirelessly to induce me to spend more time with their mother. Much to their chagrin, I managed to dodge their attempts to unsuspectingly put us together. Of course, we were still around each other during holidays with our parents, etc. for the sake of the kids. If she ever learned that I knew of her assistance with my product sales, she never let on. I didn't want to give her the satisfaction of knowing that her help was the primary reason I was making any money. One Saturday evening a month later, while the kids were with their mother, Brett and Corinne had invited me over to their home for another cookout. As I suspected, it was yet another attempt to set me up with another nice girl. This time it was a friend of Corinne's sister. Fortunately, I didn't have to pretend to be interested enough to ask her for her number. She feigned an upset stomach shortly after the meal. Corinne and Brett profusely apologized for her ditching me as she had. The girl was nearly young enough to be my daughter, and we had nothing in common. Corinne was hitting the wine very heavily that night. By the time the three of us hit the hot tub, she was well lubricated. I hadn't brought a bathing suit with me, so Brett loaned me one of his extras. We'd been chatting amiably for over a half hour when his cell phone rang. He excused himself, saying it was a call from his cousin that he needed to take. That left me to babysit Corinne to make sure she didn't drown in the hot tub after imbibing so much alcohol. After Brett left the area, Corinne felt obligated to chat me up in his absence in her inebriated condition. I knew alcohol reduced her inhibitions, but there was no way in hell that I'd ever cross the line with my best friend's wife. I'm sorry that Anita left so suddenly, Scylla. For the 5th time, no apologies are necessary, Corinne. I don't blame her a bit. She's a sweet girl, but I'm sure she wasn't interested in dating someone close to her father's age. Oh, Shaw, she blubbered. She's one of them that looks younger than her age. Don't worry, we'll find the right one for you sooner or later, she musically cantered. So how are you and Ainsley getting along nowadays? She slurred. I guess you could say we have achieved détente. I avoid her as much as possible, and she's finally given up apologizing. On the rare occasions that we do speak to each other, I make sure that the topic is always about the children. Corinne chuckled at me, but I was unsure why. I can't believe you fell for her little trick to give you her money with that fake lottery ticket. I thought for sure you'd give it all back once you found out it came from her. Fake lottery ticket? I asked in astonishment. Oh dear. Oops. You didn't know. Shit. Brett's gonna be so mad at me if he finds out I told you when you didn't know. Please don't tell on me, Scylla. I swear I forgot you didn't know. I'm not thinking straight. Please forgive me, she pleaded. Don't worry, Corinne. Your secret's safe with me. But if you'll please excuse me, I'm not feeling too well myself. Give Brett my apologies for slipping out while he's still on the phone. Thank you again for your hospitality. She gave me a nervous smile as I climbed out of the hot tub and dried off. I quickly dressed and headed home. I felt manipulated and played for a fool by Ainsley and Brett. The only reason Corinne spilled the beans was because she was drunk out of her mind. I'm sure if Brett had been there, he would have shut her down before she had a chance to say anything about it. I didn't know what to think or do. My head was spinning. Of course, Ainsley did it for all the right reasons, but at the same time, she took away my right to say no, my right of refusal. They both tricked me, the woman I had loved for so long, and my best friend. This reminded me of the adage, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. The following Wednesday, as I was heading to the cafeteria for lunch, I found an irate best friend waiting for me in the wings. Come on, Scylla. Ride with me. Lunch is on me today. Don't worry, I'll be back in time to keep Diane off your ass. I decided to accept his invitation. As we were driving, he began. You haven't taken my calls for 3 days. When I go to your home, you refuse to come to the door. I know I screwed up. I'm sorry, Scylla, this is all my fault. Corinne finally confessed. You were never supposed to find out. Ainsley and I were the only ones who knew for the longest time. I should have kept my big mouth shut. In a weak moment, I trusted my wife with the information. If I hadn't trusted her, you'd still be none the wiser. And that's what bothers me, Brett. You intentionally chose to betray me and take Ainsley's side over mine. I thought you were a better friend than that. I'm really disappointed in you right now. You're right, I deserve that. But look at the good that money has done in your life and the life of your children. It is helping you to realize your lifelong dream and for the betterment of your family. You don't get to make consequential decisions regarding my life or the life of my family. That's not up to you. No matter how well-intentioned you were, you took her side and betrayed my trust. Did she fuck you too? She fucks everybody else. Is that how she got to you? I see that. That's low, Scylla, even for you. Look, I'm sorry, okay? But from my vantage point, you were letting your feelings about her get in the way of living your dream. I admit my part in helping her get you to use the money she earned for the betterment of her family. That's you and the kids. If I betrayed your trust, at least I did it for the right reasons. She knew you'd never take the money from her, so I helped her get it to you for the right reasons to help you and your kids. Defend it however you want. You used your friendship with me to manipulate me to do something I would never have done otherwise. Does Ainsley know that I know? No, I haven't mentioned anything to her. I haven't seen her since the lottery deal. Don't tell her that I know what you two did. If you tell her, it will end our friendship permanently. I'm sorry, Brett. I just lost my appetite. Let me out here. I'll make my way back to the office on my own. I think it would be for the best if I don't hear from you or Corinne for a good while. I might say something I may regret later. I don't want our friendship to end on a bad note. Don't call me, I'll call you. I'm sorry, Scylla. I'll be around if you ever need anything. You've done quite enough already. Tell Corinne I said thanks for her unintentional slip of honesty. I stepped out of the car and made my way back to my office. I was enraged that my ex-wife had been able to corrupt my very best friend and had driven a wedge between us. I had been duped into accepting her slut money to get my fledgling business off the ground. It's too late to do anything about it now. The damage has already been done. I don't have a nickel of it left to repay her. Damn, that woman couldn't just leave well enough alone. I am so glad that the kids know nothing about my new business enterprise. Tomorrow, I'll call Deke McHenry of Cabot Manufacturing Incorporated and make sure he discontinues updating Ainsley on the sales of my units. I'd forgotten to demand that of him earlier, a mistake that would soon be corrected. 2 more weeks went by, and my anger morphed into perplexed frustration. Normally, I'd talk such things over with Brett, but he's on my shit list right now. So I called my dad, who met me at a local Krispy Kreme donut shop. The Hot Now sign was lit as those soft as cloud glazed donuts disappeared inside us both. I explained everything to him. He didn't seem overly surprised. It seems to me, son, that your main problem is with control. In what way? Before I respond to that, let me reconfirm a few of the facts. All right, shoot. You're angry because she used your best friend to circumvent your rejection of her offer of splitting the money originally. Is that right? You're damn right about that. If we had split her earnings originally when we divorced, I'd have only received $300,000. Then she orchestrated inducing me to eagerly accept $500,000 instead. Who does that? She's crazy. Plus, she somehow conned my best friend into deceiving me as well. Got it. Secondly, you had no funds left over for marketing your product, and you discovered that she is using her celebrity status to promote sales of your new heat pump. And it's working. Is that right? Whether it's helping sales is immaterial. She never discussed it with me or asked my permission to mention my product or promote it to anyone. I see. And from everything you've shared with me so far, she doesn't receive any compensation for backing you financially or promoting your product. Is that right? Yeah, I guess you could say that. So what? Permit me two more questions, son. Number one, did she go to great lengths to prevent you from ever learning of her involvement with the money and the free advertising, and you only found out accidentally? I suppose that's true. Of course, she didn't want me to know, otherwise I'd have never accepted her help. Last question, does she know that you are now aware of her involvement in these matters? As far as I know, no. I've made it clear that I didn't want that getting back to her. All right, I think I have an idea of what's happening here. You might not be able to see it because you're too close to it. What do you think's going on here, Dad? That's why I called you. Let's piece together the facts then, shall we? Basically, she gifted you $500,000 in free publicity with zero expectations of receiving anything in return. She never wanted you to find out she was involved in any way. So her motives are purely selfless. I mean, if she intended to try to use those circumstances to ingratiate herself back into your life, she would have taken all the credit, but she did the opposite. She's never mentioned it to the kids or tried to use it to get back with you from what you've told me. So what is her motivation to do these things? I don't know, guilt maybe. Perhaps that's part of it. But what do you call it when someone makes a grand selfless gesture to someone else, never wanting them to know they did it, desiring to remain truly anonymous? Altruism. That's right, moral or pure altruism, where someone helps you without any reward and is usually motivated by internalized core values. Examples are helping someone with no expectation of a reward, giving up their things to help others, sharing resources even to their detriment, and overall showing concern for another's well-being. You say she gave you 500 of her 600 grand total earnings? That's about right. So she transferred 83% of her total life savings to you and kept only 17% for herself and the children. That doesn't sound very controlling to me, son. She orchestrated everything behind the scenes with no expectation of reward. Why do you think she did that? For the sake of the kids? If that were true, why wouldn't she have simply spent the money directly on them and not given anything to you? She gave it all to you. And what advice did Brett give you after you won the fake lottery? Get my prototype patented and start manufacturing units for sale. Yeah. Could it be that she feels as though you allowed her to live her dream, even though it cost her, and now she wants you to be able to live your dream? Could it be that she's doing all of this out of love? You may be right, Dad. In fact, I'm pretty sure you've hit the nail right on the head. Regardless of her motive, altruistic or not, that doesn't abrogate the fact that she betrayed me and our marriage. She may love me enough to give me money, but she doesn't love me enough to be faithful. So what are you going to do now? I don't know, that's why I called you, Dad. Well, if I were you, and I felt the same way about her as you do, then after you've made enough heat pump sales to have a steady stream of income and built up a nice nest egg, I'd pay her back every penny of that 500 grand with interest and treat it like a loan. That would put you back in control, would it not? That's a great idea. Now I can see my way clear to enthusiastically pursue my dream and not have it tarnished by her involvement. I'll treat it strictly as a loan and nothing more, a business deal that I will repay incorporating prevailing interest rates. Thanks, Dad. I feel much better about it all now. I had compartmentalized Ainsley in a comfortable manner that enabled me to both put the past behind me and stave off her and the children's attempts to put us back together. Every time anyone ever mentioned that I should forgive her or move on from our history and reunite for the sake of the kids, heard this from me. A wise man once said, "Those who forget the past are condemned to repeat it." That usually silenced most of my critics. Since it was now summertime with no school in session, the kids worked relentlessly on me to go on a weekend camping trip with all 5 of us in attendance. They wanted it so badly that they were offering to do their chores without complaining. I made it clear that I would not go on an overnight trip with their mother, but I would consider going on a day hike in the woods like we used to do. They were so excited that I finally agreed to be in the same area as their mother at the same time that they enthusiastically accepted. We set up to go on Saturday. It would be an all-day hike deep in the woods. I figured that if I wore their butts out, they'd sleep well that night. The morning we were set to leave, and before Ainsley arrived to ride together with us, Emily came to me to ask a question. Dad, if I committed murder and was sent to prison, would you still be there for me, even though I was guilty? Of course, I would, sweetheart. I love you forever, no matter what. You'll always be mine, I said confidently. Then why can't you be there for your wife in the same way? I knew that no response would satisfy her. I don't think she expected one. She came to me, kissed me on the cheek, and walked away in silence. Of course, uncharacteristically, none of the kids wanted to sit in the front with me. That left their mother to occupy that seat. As soon as we were on our way, I noticed that all three of the miscreants were wearing their headphones and each one was moving to the beat of different tunes. Ainsley laughed when I noticed their cooperative behavior. They were being as good as gold to allow us to interact. Ainsley started the conversation. It looks like they're bound and determined to throw us together. I've never seen them get along quite as nicely as they are now, she chuckled. I think we both knew this was going to happen, I replied dryly. They know we won't say anything of substance if we think they're listening. They're going to great lengths to set us up to talk. I didn't put them up to this, Scylla, if that's what you're thinking. But would that be so bad? Talking, I mean? Haven't we both already said everything that needed to be said? Perhaps at the time, but not now. After having some time to think about everything, I realized something. Oh, what's that? The rock star status wasn't nearly as glamorous as I had envisioned it would be. As we both discovered, there was an ugly underbelly that ruined the entire experience for me. I'd trade every moment, every memory of being on stage for the chance to go back and stay home with you and the kids. I hate myself for what I did to you and our precious family. I broke our happy home. It was all my fault, and a million apologies won't begin to scratch the surface of the remorse I feel for failing you. It's all water under the bridge, Ainsley. I'm trying to leave the past where it belongs. Maybe you should do the same. I'm glad to hear you say that, Scylla, because I believe that the present is made possible by the past. Life is not always a straight line. Sometimes people have to go all the way around an obstacle to get back on the path they should never have strayed from. That's what I'm trying to do, but you won't allow me to walk the path with you. Have you ever felt that you were frozen in a waking dream? One in which your body self-immobilized while you felt as if you were awake and asleep at the same time? Yes, a time or two over the years. Why? Because every night, my mind replays the movie of you with those two men in Venice on our wedding anniversary. Every single night. Any more questions? You're never going to forgive me, are you? I said I was trying to leave the past where it belongs. I never said anything about forgiveness. The kids say you've changed. You swear it will never happen again. You said before that you loved me with all of your heart, yet it wasn't enough to stop you from fucking other men, was it? What have I done lately to cause you to love me more than before? Nothing. So how in the world could I ever believe you love me enough not to cheat again, huh? Tell me, what are the signs? I don't see any. She began to cry. Look, Ainsley, I didn't mean to make you cry. I didn't want this conversation, you did. I can't say what you want to hear. Let's just try to make the best of this trip for the sake of the kids, okay? You and I owe them our very best, don't you agree? She nodded. I'm sorry, Scylla. I won't bring it up again. The conversation soon devolved into mundane chit-chat until we arrived at our destination. The kids wanted a deep woods hike, and that is what I was going to give them. We were several hours into our hike and had finished lunch about a half hour earlier. The boisterous antics from the kids were a welcome reprieve from the earlier tension I'd had with my ex. We were all laughing our heads off until... Quiet. Hold on a minute, I barked in a serious tone. Everyone drew silent. Then I heard another twig break behind us, confirming my earlier suspicion. I quickly spun around to see a large gray wolf. His head was down, making me think he was contemplating an attack. When I looked him in the eye, he stood stock still. Then 5 other gray wolves appeared from behind him and stood in a line, 3 on his left and 2 on his right. I had never seen a gray wolf in these parts before, but we were deep in the woods on a poorly marked trail. "Don't move," I commanded, "and don't make a sound." I had no idea if that was the right thing to do or not. The alpha male moved his head, looking first to his right, then to his left. Once he did so, the other wolves moved in a circular fashion, surrounding the 5 of us on all sides. I was scared out of my wits. I believe my family was also. I had no idea how this was going to end, but I knew that I would give my life for my family in a heartbeat without thinking. The problem was I could only face one direction, and the threat to my family was from all around us. All of you, clustered tightly behind me, facing out to the wolves. I want to stick with the alpha male. I believe he's the leader of this pack, and they're waiting for a signal from him. If he attacks, I want to do everything in my power to kill him, or at least gouge his eyes out. I hope if I can take him out of the equation, the others will give up the fight. I reached my arms around behind me, touching each one of them, reminding them that I'm with them to the bitter end and am ready to do whatever it takes to save them from perishing. The alpha could see that we weren't running. He probably didn't like me looking into his eyes, challenging him. I wanted all of his focus to be solely on me. The alpha began growling, a deep, threatening growl, as if he was defying my resistance and refusal to run. As he started to take a step closer to me, the most uncanny scene unfolded before me. It was something I could never have imagined. "Ainsley, what are you doing? Get back here. You're going to get yourself killed. That's the alpha male you're approaching. Scylla, you've always sacrificed for me and these precious children. Now it's my turn. Kids, I'm sorry that I missed your concert and birthday. I should have been there for you like your daddy has always been. Always remember that I love all 4 of you more than life itself." I truly mean those words. As Ainsley stepped forward between me and the wolves, she dropped to her knees, outstretched her arms, tilted her head back into one side, exposing her tender neck to the carnivores before her, and prayed out loud. "God on high, hear my prayer. I humbly beg you to accept the willing sacrifice of my life to the evil facing my family. Spare my husband and my children. Please leave them unharmed. Let the beasts feast on me and rip my body into pieces to satisfy their hunger. Let this be my final request." It was the bravest deed I had ever witnessed in my entire life. Then she did the only thing she knew how to do. "Enslison." She began to sing the song Amazing Grace, as she'd done countless times to the children when they were infants. She lifted her voice to the sky and sang her heart out, believing they would be the last words to ever escape her mouth. She sang every word from her heart with meaning and devotion to her Maker. Tears rolled down all of our faces. I couldn't move. I had to remain close to the kids to protect them from the threat to the best of my limited ability. Ainsley had inserted herself between me and the alpha male, offering her flesh as food for his taking. At that moment, something inside of me suddenly changed. All of my stubborn, petty unforgiveness was gone. Familiar words tumbled through my mind. "Greater love hath no man than to lay down his life for another." Amazingly, the alpha ceased his growling, twisted and cocked his head as he listened to music he'd likely never heard before. There's an old saying, "Music hath the charm to soothe the savage beast." Our 3 children and I bore witness to the truth of that adage. The wolf lay down on the ground before us as he continued to listen to her heartfelt rendering. One by one, the other wolves followed suit. I never seen anything like it. There's no way she could have known that her voice would have that effect on the wolf pack. We had no idea what was going to happen, but we were all glad for the temporary reprieve. Then, just as suddenly, we heard a shotgun blast as 2 men approached us. The wolves made a quick exit and vanished into the woods. "Sorry, we didn't mean to startle you, but those wolves could have easily attacked you. The law says we can't shoot them, but we can scare the hell out of them with a shotgun," the older of the 2 advised. "I wouldn't advise traipsing this deep into these woods without protection." "Are y'all lost?" "No, sir. Thank you for scaring them away. We were just about to head back." Thank you very much, I added as I shook his hand appreciatively. Ainsley rose to her feet and melted into my arms, sobbing. I held her for all I was worth. The kids, all of us were shaken up and crying over the harrowing encounter. It does something to a person to accept the expectation of death and survive it. This was an experience that none of us would ever forget. We quickly made our way back to civilization. Though we hustled, it still took us 45 minutes to reach the car. The ride home was somber. As expected, the kids soon fell asleep, partly from exhaustion and partly from the emotional impact of the near-death scene they had witnessed. When we arrived at my home, the kids were roused and told to shower and get ready for bed. It had been a long day. The schedule was for them to be with me this night. As Ainsley was getting ready to leave, I asked her to stay and talk, which she was glad to do. When the kids were down for the night, I began the conversation. That was either the bravest or stupidest thing I've ever seen, Ainsley. Why did you do that? Why did you offer yourself to them sacrificially as you did? Didn't you realize the seriousness of the situation? We all could have been killed out there today. Of course, I knew what I was doing. And what was that? I was proving to God, to myself, to you, and to our children that I love you more than my own life. Scylla, I admit that I made some horrible mistakes using drugs and betraying you in the worst way, and I don't blame you for divorcing me. I'll never, ever be that person again. I am yours and only yours for as long as I live. If you won't have me, neither will anyone else. That's the truth, she stated resolutely. I absorbed her words and let them percolate in my brain. Then they began to trickle down to my heart. Before today, I would have never believed those words from you. But after I saw you offer yourself to save us, to give us time to run away while those animals were devouring you, a new spark miraculously arose within me. I know what you did, Ainsley. I know about the fake lottery ticket, and I know about your online blog sales assistance. As noble as some may believe those acts to be, they weren't enough for me. But today, in consideration of your selfless act, my heart was moved to put my condemnation aside. I was ready to sacrifice my life for my family today. You surprised me with your matching, unsolicited gesture. I learned today that I wasn't the only one willing to die for my family. I like to start slow, but if you're agreeable, it would be nice if you spent the night here with your family. She dropped to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. This was unexpected. A ton of weight was lifted from her shoulders, and her tears were tears of joy. I pulled her back up to her feet and embraced her. When our lips inexorably met, it was as if all was suddenly right with the world and a new peace fell upon the Osborne household. You take the master bedroom, I'll sleep on the couch, and we'll have our first official date as a couple tomorrow night. How does that sound? I asked. You can have my bedroom, Dad. I love sleeping on the couch, Bryce declared. Both girls giggled as we realized that they had sneaked out to listen. Apparently, these walls have ears, I chuckled. Indeed they do, Ainsley confirmed. Both suggestions sound wonderful. The offer of spending the night and especially the date. You have no idea how much I have longed for this chance. I won't press you, Scylla. We'll take things as slow as you wish. Now that you've cracked open the door, I swear on my life you'll never regret it. Seeing you put your life on the line for your family is what moved me to reconsider having you in my life. No promises and no guarantees, but I'd like to see if there's any future left for us if you are. She melted into my arms once more as the kids surrounded us in a family group hug. It was a tearful reunion. Bryce didn't sleep on the couch longer than a week. Our first tentative dates went well, and I felt it was time to move back to my bed with her. True to her word, she never pushed or intentionally tempted me. Ainsley let me take things at my pace, and I was thankful for that, though we both knew that the kids were anxious to hear some kind of an announcement. They would have to wait. At least all 5 of us were under the same roof again. Though we slept together, we had not yet been intimate. She was being the perfect companion in every way. I used my dad as a sounding board once more. Thanks for meeting me like this again, Dad. You know as well as I do that's what parents are for. What's on your mind? Let me guess, Ainsley? Ever since we returned from that hike, my heart has done a complete about-face with her, but my head won't let me follow through. I understand, son. You've told me everything that happened, and that is an amazing story. There's also the adage, once bitten, twice shy. Exactly. How do I let go of the image in my head from that day? Can I trust her again? Let me ask a few questions of my own and see if we can sort this out a bit. Do you still love her? I never stopped, though I did stop saying it. Is she a good mother? The best. When she made that sacrificial gesture and prayer to God, did you believe her sincere? 100%. Now, hypothetical one, if the children hadn't been with you, and it had just been you and her alone on that trail that day with the wolves, would you have still willingly sacrificed your life trying to save hers? Of course, I would without hesitation. Well now, son, if she's worth dying for, why isn't she worth living for? You're afraid she might do it again. So you're allowing fear to separate you from happiness. Everything you ever wanted is on the other side of fear. When you fall down, you don't stay down, you get back up. I can't tell you how to live your life, but not living your life is not the answer. The decision is yours and yours alone to make. My advice? Get off the fence, son. One way or another, move forward, but move. Don't get stuck in the twilight zone. As always, you're right, Dad. You never fail to steer me in the right direction. Thanks. He smiled. We patted backs and parted ways. That night, though we were both tentative, we successfully came together as man and wife. Just one round that first night, but we built on that and steadily returned our intimacy to what it was before she went on tour, and I was glad to have my wife back. 2 weeks later, we had moved her out of the apartment and back into the house where we all felt she belonged. Our old marriage was dead. She killed it on that tour. Embarking on a new chapter of our life would require a new commitment, a new proclamation of vows, and the inception of a new marriage. 6 weeks later, I picked out a new ring and was ready to propose to seal our union. I not yet said a word to the kids. They're the worst at keeping secrets. I made reservations for Saturday night at Palette Magnifique at 8 p.m. since it was still the most luxurious restaurant in all of Austin. I wanted to make a statement and propose to my girl in style. Imagine my surprise when my bitch of a boss, Diane Prentice, who I'd learned to tolerate, asked me to join her in her office mid-afternoon on Friday. You sent for me, Ms. Prentice? I knew that she hated to be called that. It was one of my polite ways to dig at her. She couldn't fault my professionalism. Scylla, please, I've asked you to call me Diane 100 times. I don't want there to be a wall between management and staff. There's no need for concern. I was just wondering why you hadn't said anything to anyone about Ainsley's reinstated status as a worldwide performer. What are you talking about, Ms. Prentice? Oh, no need to play coy with me. I saw them with my own eyes today. Saw who? She gave a big sigh. Okay, you can go home and tell them all that you were a good little boy today and didn't spill the beans before a press conference is called. I saw Ainsley at a large table during lunch at Palette Magnifique. All of the Dragon's Breath group was there with her, and they all seemed very excited. I also saw a lot of manila folders holding what appeared to be contracts that she was reviewing and asking questions about. Some man was explaining the terms to her. I wasn't close enough to hear everything that was said, but I'm certain that they were going over contract proposals. I snapped a few pics on my phone so I could prove that I had lunch today in the same restaurant as Dragon's Breath. I was giddy with excitement. My heart sank in my chest. She could see the color leaving my face. Oh, don't worry, Scylla. Your secret's safe with me. I know all about discretion. Ms. Prentice, Diane, I appreciate your prudence in this matter. Would you mind sending my phone the pics that you captured of them today to help them be better prepared before any word leaks out? Of course, Scylla. It'll be my pleasure. I took about a dozen snaps of them. It's nice to know someone in the office connected with a celebrity. Maybe you could introduce me to them all one day. I smiled obsequiously and said, I'll just be getting back to work. I look forward to receiving those pictures. After she swore that she was done with that lifestyle, I have to hear it secondhand from my bitch of a boss. No less that Ainsley was rejoining the group, and a lot of them were going over and signing contracts today. She'd not said a word to me about any of this. This was a deal breaker as far as I was concerned. I was so glad that I hadn't yet proposed. It'll save me the embarrassment of later explaining the cancellation of future wedding plans. At least I dodged the bullet this time. As much as it was ripping me up inside, I also hurt for the kids and the effect this would have on them. What a shitstorm we had just run into. Within 10 minutes, my phone received copies of the images Diane had taken today of the happy group. Ainsley was there in all her glory, hugging them all and laughing up a storm. This was not a confrontational meeting of any kind. 2 of the pictures showed Ainsley holding a folder with several pages flipped through. Why else would the entire group be meeting with her? It sure looked like a contract signing to me. If it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, and quacks like a duck. I'd already thought of stopping by the jewelry store on my way home to return the engagement ring I had purchased when my phone beeped receipt of a text message from Ainsley. When you get off work at 5 today, please drive straight to the Palette Magnifique restaurant. Reservations are for 5:15, so we'll already be there when you arrive. Please hurry, something wonderful is happening. Please don't ask any questions. We don't want to spoil the surprise. Love you. Well, now, isn't this interesting, I thought. Is this going to be a repeat of the night I was blindsided when I learned that she had already signed up to go on the 6-month tour without discussing it with me? Had she already signed on with the group again after saying she was done with that life? What's the saying? If you think something may be too good to be true, it usually is. Something wonderful. For her, perhaps, but not for me. Don't ask any questions to spoil the surprise. Yep, they plan to blindside me again. Been there, done that, and got the t-shirt. But this time I have advance notice. Instead of being humiliated as I was before, perhaps I can turn it around and humiliate her for a change. I won't have time to go by the jeweler's today. I'll take the ring with me and show her what I had planned to give her, but instead of a proposal, I'll give her an inglorious exit from my life once and for all. I'll be in the driver's seat this time. I got this. That afternoon, I mourned the loss of my moribund relationship. On my drive to the restaurant, I envisioned how I would play it cool, let them make their play and reveal their hand, show her the ring, and then tell her to have a nice life but never darken my door again. That would shock her to the core, but I would hold my ground. I played various conversations in my mind to prepare for this little soiree. I was as ready as I would ever be, or so I thought. When I made it to our area of the restaurant, there were several tables pushed together to accommodate the number in attendance. I instantly recognized Lena and the other girls. Surprisingly, I was introduced to all of their husbands as well. This was a new development. Perhaps Lena was fronting the appearance of abandoning her slutty ways. With a signed non-disclosure agreement, I couldn't say anything to any of the husbands anyway. None of that mattered to me any longer. Besides Ainsley's parents, my parents, our children, and Heather and her family, there was another well-dressed couple I did not know accompanied by another unnamed suit. I wanted this show to be over with as soon as possible so I could effect a quick exit as I had before. I approached a smiling Ainsley, took her hand in mine, and spoke. I already know what this is about. My boss, Diane Prentice, saw all of you out here earlier today, and she told me she saw you signing a contract to perform with Dragon's Breath again. Sorry to pop your balloon and spoil your surprise. Go ahead and make your announcement so I can make mine and let's get this over with, I stated acerbically. What? Is this true? Have you changed your mind? Lena jumped up from the table in glee. What? Ainsley blurted in surprise at my statement. We begged and begged her to join us, Scylla. She told us there was no way in hell that she was ever leaving your side again, not even for weekends. Did she tell you she was thinking about changing her mind? She would be the perfect addition to the group. Lena asserted. No way. I haven't changed my mind. As I said earlier today, I'm flattered that you all voted to include me as an additional member of Dragon's Breath, but that's a road I will never go down again. I will never do anything to jeopardize what I have rekindled with my husband, Ainsley avowed emphatically. Now I was confused. Diane had all wrong. I felt like a fool for challenging Ainsley as I did in front of the whole assembly. If that's not it, then what's this all about? I inquired puzzlingly. It's about you, you silly man. We're here to celebrate your success tonight. But I don't get it, I added befuddled. I know, honey, that's why it's called a surprise. Let me start the ball rolling by introducing you to Lena's husband, Patrick Stratton. If you recall, I told you that he was a majority stakeholder in Dragon's Breath. I reached out and shook his hand more firmly. I knew something about his wife that he didn't know, but apparently everyone here trusted me to maintain my silence. Ainsley continued. What you might not know about Patrick is that, in my humble opinion, he's a financial guru. He's been very successful at wheeling and dealing. I contacted him about 2 weeks ago to ask a favor of him. I've kept a secret from you, Scylla. Your official full patent was granted 2 weeks ago. You no longer have a patent pending status for your heat pump. I opened the mail and formed an idea, so I called Lena. She twisted her husband's arm and encouraged him to research my idea. Tell him, Patrick. That's right, Scylla. Our women can be quite persuasive, shall we say. Anyway, I was looking for a new project to get involved with, so when Ainsley brought her idea to my attention, it sounded interesting. She emailed me a copy of your approved and granted patent application. With that in hand, that put you in a position to sell your patent to an interested third party, should you be so inclined. I did some checking around using my financial connections, and I was put in touch with this man, Jason Caldwell with Dakin America Incorporated, and his lovely wife Gina is with him tonight. Jason is based out of their corporate headquarters located in Orangeburg, New York. Dakin is the largest HVAC company in the world, and they keep their finger on the pulse of all of the latest developments. When I brought your heat pump unit to their attention, they did their homework, vetted your product thoroughly, and became very interested in purchasing your patent so they could manufacture it worldwide via Dakin Global. Ainsley requested that I negotiate in good faith on your behalf. Patrick continued, not being a newbie, we went back and forth numerous times over the last 2 weeks to negotiate the best deal for you and your family. Scylla, you're under no obligation to accept their offer tonight, but I can assure you that it is highly unlikely that you'll secure a better offer from anyone. Jason Caldwell rose and shook my hand. That's right, Mr. Osborne. Your friend Patrick here is a real shark. He has pushed us up to the very limit that we can go in cases such as yours. We believe in your product as you do, and we are better positioned to realize global sales far beyond anything you'd ever achieve here in the USA. To that end, we're prepared with this one-time offer to purchase your patent for the sum of $75 million. We've purchased entire companies at far lower amounts, but we're excited at the possibilities your product offers in niches we can capably fill. The man to my left is Stuart Albright, one of our company attorneys. If you find yourself amenable to our offer, we're prepared to seal the deal tonight and make wonderful things happen for both of us. All eyes were suddenly on me. I was dumbfounded. I grabbed Ainsley by the arm. Please excuse us for a moment of discussion. They acknowledged my request, and I escorted Ainsley outside of earshot of the group. Honey, is this for real? Absolutely. When I saw that your patent had been granted, and you crossed the 5,000 unit threshold in manufacturing, I wanted to help you realize the full potential and value of your product. Do you not think $75 million is enough? Are you kidding me? I one day dream of being able to sell it for $20 million, $25 million tops, and he got me 75. Do you know what this means? Of course, sweetheart. It means you can tell your boss, Diane Prentice, to kiss your ass as you quit that job once and for all. You'll never have to work another day in your life if you don't want to. I can't tell you how excited I am for you right now. But if you don't want to do this, then I'll stand behind you 100%. You can continue selling your units piecemeal or try to find a better deal somewhere else. It's all up to you, she beamed. What about Patrick's commission? Oh, we forgot to mention that. Dakin will be compensating him a 3% finder's fee, $2.25 million for his trouble. You'll receive the full 75 million from Dakin. Let's do this, I energetically declared. We walked back to the area where everyone was waiting to hear my response. Patrick, thank you for negotiating on my behalf. Mr. Caldwell and Mr. Albright, the Dakin offer sounds more than fair to me. I'll accept under one condition. Jason asked, What's that, Mr. Osborne? That I receive a correct answer from one very important person. I dropped to one knee. Ainsley, will you once again do me the honor of becoming my wife? Her eyes grew wide and suddenly filled with tears. Yes, I hoped and prayed this day would come, and we passionately kissed before the entire restaurant. The entire room erupted in applause for us. I slipped the ring on her finger, which she showed off to everyone in attendance. Our 3 children were over the moon with joy. I gladly signed on the dotted lines in numerous places as these things require, and suddenly I was $75 million richer. Needless to say, we soon purchased a much nicer house with plenty of spare room and also upgraded our vehicles. Before our wedding day, Ainsley presented me with a prenup. She had already signed it and had her signature notarized. It stated that if she was ever unfaithful to me again, that she would leave with $10,000 and nothing else. I would receive full custody of all 3 children. There weren't similar penalties for me. She explained that her trust in me was never broken. She wanted it known that she was with me for me, and not for my money. You'll never have any reason to doubt me again, Scylla. After all, it's in the contract.
Thank you for listening. Please share your opinion about this story in comment section. Also make sure to like and subscribe to the channel.